Meeting on Tuesday, September 23rd. We'd like to call the meeting to order and start with a roll call.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Here.
Commissioner Wei,
Here.
Commissioner Deng, Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Here.
Chair Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Deng.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Okay, so now's the opportunity for public comments. For those who want to address the commission on non-agenda items, if there are any members of the public who are in person and would like to address the commission in person, please ensure that you've filled out a speaker card, and submit it to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and the clerk will acknowledge your presence. If we have more than 10 speakers, we will have to limit the amount of time. Eric, what do we have?
We currently have 11 speakers in person, nothing on Zoom.
Okay, we go ahead and go through. Go ahead and say with 3 minutes. Go ahead. It's 11 people. So.
Our first speaker is Eswar S.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to come up. I thought it was loud enough.
It's for everybody on stage.
Eric, 2 minutes.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Hi, my name is Ishwar Subramanian. I garden at the local community garden, Eleanor Party Park.
Okay.
And thank you for the opportunity to address you. On behalf of an issue that came up in the last few days, we were notified that the funds that we have been collecting from people who opt not to volunteer to do the weeding work and instead pay a fee to an account, we were informed that those funds are now to be handed over to the City Parks and Recreation. This has been working well for us. We've been able to maintain the park, maintain the grounds very well by weeding ourselves through volunteering. And any funds that we collect from those who are unable to volunteer for whatever reason, we are using them to buy the equipment such as wheelbarrows, shovels, etc. So this has been working well for years. And in the past, when this was not there, the garden was a mess because only a third or even less than the number of gardeners would volunteer to do the work. So that created a lot of problem for us. So we are concerned about this proposal, and we just want to make sure that you please seek inputs from anyone and everyone that may be involved, gather those recommendations, and then only make decisions after it's been thoroughly considered, evaluated, and all options are considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arn S.
All right. Arnie is my name. Thank you for listening to me today. So I'm also a gardener with Eswar. And so my request is the same as his, is to please have or add to a future agenda item this proposed changes to the garden rules and accounting. We had a recent issue with the garden. I started gardening 15 years ago. I've had a wonderful time in Eleanor Party Garden with Penny running the garden for us. The recent issue was 15 years ago, we had to pay a $200 deposit to start at the garden. And when we leave our garden plot, we get the $200 back. The city lost those funds, so we had to repay our $200 to get a deposit back on file. And after that recently happened, now the issue is that we have our own bank account with our garden, and city wants those funds to go to the city. Naturally, having just experienced this loss of $200, I'm concerned about that. And I feel like the way Penny has done it in the past has worked fabulously. In the past, I've been too busy to volunteer and had to pay money in. That's been a great option for me. Now I've got more time and I'm volunteering lots of time at the garden. So both options are really helpful for the garden. She's recently been able to purchase wheelbarrows and new tools for these work days that we do, and that has worked really well. So I'd like to give the rest of my time to Penny, not take any more of your time. Thanks so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy F.
Hey, good evening, members of the Parks and the Recreation Committee. I would like to share important input as you consider the solution for the pickleball court shortage. The city should not be seen as the only solution provider. There are practical and affordable alternatives available that do not require taking away existing tennis courts or adding further congestion to Metro Park. For example, portable pickleball nets are widely available. Amazon alone sells them in thousands each month. These nets can be set up easily on paved surface, such as business parking lots, cul-de-sacs, driveways, and garages. They offer a flexible, low-impact way to expand pickleball play without burdening our city parks. The cost is only $79.99 per net, make it a true zero-cost solution for the city. Players can enjoy immediate access with no waiting lines, while tennis players can continue to use their courts. And Metro Park won't face additional parking congestion. It is also worth noting that this is not a comparable option for tennis players. A portable tennis net does not work well because it's difficult to find a true full-size tennis courts. And the tennis balls are easily hit out of bounds, taking forever to retrieve. That means tennis players really have no alternatives if the courts are taken away from them.
Thank you.
While pickleball players
Thank you.
do.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Up next, we have Penny P.
I'm Penny Proctor, and I'm here to please ask you to put the proposed changes in the community garden on your agenda and ask you to please delay them being put in effect until after you've had a chance to consider it and get input from the gardeners and the public. What we have now works extremely well. We do the work days and keep it all weeded. We're able to, there's a few things that are too hard for the volunteers to do. And right now people can contribute to the garden fund and then we can buy tools and we can also buy labor for very difficult tasks. And they're not a lot. It's like between $100 and $400, maybe every other month, something like that. I can do a full report. But it makes a big difference for us. And I'm afraid that if we can't do that anymore, all those things, it's not worked out yet what the alternative way of getting that done is. And it seems reasonable to me not to put it in effect until we know what's going to happen. Because what we have now has been working great.
Includes 15 passive flap gates that deliver flood protection and one motorized sluice gate designed to designed to regulate muted tidal action within the isolated basin. It is my understanding that Palo Alto is responsible for maintaining the sluice gate that has not functioned properly for over 5 years, and that it will not be repaired or replaced as part of Valley Water's retrofit project. I am here in a spirit of goodwill, knowing that every member of this commission shares my love of wildlife. I urge you to give the broken sluice gate your full attention, even though it may not be your highest priority. The tide gate structure contributes mightily to the prosperity of Palo Alto's Bayside citizens, and the wildlife residing in the 600-acre flood basin deserve no less. The sluice gate provides multiple environmental benefits to these vulnerable creatures, and robust measures to safeguard their prosperity would be consistent with Palo Alto's longstanding commitment to environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron G.
I'm a Palo Alto resident and member of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. Out of respect for your time, we've asked our club members not to speak en masse tonight. Instead, I'm here with a few members to give you a brief update on our activities. We definitely are listening to your feedback. In your packet, you have letters from more than 100 Palo Alto residents describing the benefits they've experienced from pickleball and their support for court expansion. We encourage you to read them and to weigh them, knowing that they represent more than 700 members of the club who are Palo Alto residents. Here are a few highlights. Patricia in Palo Verde. First time I came out, I played 11 games in a row and I lost every one. Exhausted, I left thinking, that was so much fun, I can't wait to play again. Pickleball has improved my physical health and broken down loneliness and isolation for me and countless others. It is a vibrant, inclusive place where you can just drop in and play. It has been a life changer for me on so many levels. Ishan from Barron Park. For the past 2 years, pickleball has become an essential part of my daily life. The community at Mitchell Park has been life-changing for me. 8 of my closest friends are people I met through pickleball. I've also played regularly with my parents and sister. Pickleball has given me a place to deepen existing relationships and build new ones, all while supporting my health and well-being. Mitchell Park has become a true hub of community for so many Palo Alto residents. And finally, Dan Young from Adobe Meadow. One of my friends told me that pickleball literally saved her life. After she was laid off, she was on the verge of the very serious depression after suddenly losing her job and identity. At that time, her only joy was playing pickleball. Now she's come out of this dangerous situation. How wonderful that simply playing pickleball could save someone's life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is David S.
Hello again, and thanks, Ron, for the wonderful introduction relating to what pickleball means to so many people. My name is David Siegel, and I'm a 30-plus year resident of Palo Alto, and I'm the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. I wanted to bring you up to date on some of the important goings-on since I spoke to you last month. Regarding tennis court availability, the Palo Alto Unified School District have clarified that access to the public tennis courts will go unchanged. Confirmed by the district, and I quote, "The policy for general public access is not changing. The courts will remain open for public use when they are not being used for school purposes and when they are not reserved under a use permit. For example, weeknights after the school teams have finished practices and weekends will still generally be available for individual use." So I think we can put this particular concern aside. There will still be more than 50 tennis courts available to the public. Second, we continue to be eager to work with the representatives from tennis community to look at the entire problem space and evaluate options. I have again reached out to the president of the Palo Alto Tennis Club, who I had met with back in May, and will be meeting with him in the next week or two to discuss collaborative solutions. I am also scheduled to meet with the Palo Alto tennis coach, Andy Chang, who spoke to you last month, this Monday, with the same objective. Third, I wanted to further clarify something related to parking. As you saw in the package from the August meeting, the club has added roughly 35 parking places to the inventory.
Nothing changed. Liar.
Go ahead.
I
Go
would
ahead.
request
Go ahead.
just a little bit additional time,
Go ahead,
then.
please.
Thank you very much. The club has added roughly 35 parking places to the inventory of available spots during peak weekend and evening hours through an agreement with Ability Path. Previously, these spots were only available to Ability Path staff and clients through a permitting system. Now they are available to pickleball players and represent the closest spots to the courts, even closer than Mitchell Park Library. These 35 spots are in addition to the 20 spots we had already secured from them in the past.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anya Z.
Good evening, commissioners and everyone. My name is Anya and I'm 13 years old. While designing this poster for the Moon Festival, an upcoming social and pickleball event that will be held at Mitchell Park, I realized something very important. For many of the Chinese people here, Mitchell Park feels like home. It's not just a park, it's where people gather, connect, and belong, despite being far away from their real hometowns. Much thanks to the city for creating this wonderful space for us and others. Take my dad as an example. He loves pickleball, and it's it's his favorite way to exercise. But since we moved here last year, it's been tough. He has to wake up super early, before 6 a.m., just to find a court without having to wait forever. I like playing with him too. It's fun, we laugh a lot, and it's the best way for us to spend quality time together. But the courts at Mitchell Park are always packed, especially on weekends when I have time. Even though there are 15 courts, the lines are so long, and there's often not enough time for us to play. Pickleball is also great for my dad's health. It keeps him strong, lowers his stress, and just makes him happier overall. For me, it's about family bonding. But when the crowds are there, it makes it hard for us to enjoy these special moments. That's why adding more courts is so important. Families like mine need it now, not later. More courts would keep people healthy, active, and connected, and make Palo Alto an even better place to live than it already is. For this year's Moon Festival, we've invited our court neighbors, the Stevenson House residents, to join us in the celebration. And I'd also like to invite you all. Please join us for this meaningful event on Friday, October 3rd from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's about fun, and that's what pickleball is about. Thank you.
Please refrain from the podium. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Christina Clausen, and I've lived in Palo Alto for 20 years and played pickleball at Mitchell Park for 6. I also volunteer with the Palo Alto Pickleball Club, helping new players to get started and co-organizing our annual Rotary Club Pickleball Tournament. Last year, the event raised over $10,000 for local charities. Our neighbors, including Ada's Cafe, Abilities United, and the Magical Bridge Playground, have all benefited from Rotary grants in prior years. This year's tournament is October 4th and 5th, and I invite you to join us on Saturday afternoon for cake and a community celebration. In addition to the youth events and the community outreach that you'll hear about next, the Pickleball Club strives to be a good neighbor. We partnered with Abilities Path to expand parking, hosted sessions for Stevenson House residents, explored bathroom solutions with Magical Bridge, and we bring business to Ada's Cafe. We were caught off guard by the concerns raised by the Magical Bridge Playground about court expansion. Their worries about access to tennis courts for their successful camp, noise, and parking are sincere and understandable. We've already reached out to Magical Bridge, and within our club, we have brainstormed strategies to address these issues. We are confident that together we can find solutions to their concerns. We feel good about the positive contributions that pickleball makes both on and off the court. Our volunteers proudly give thousands of hours of their time each year to help make Palo Alto a stronger community, and we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jocelyn T.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Sang, and my husband and I are raising our children here in Palo Alto. I'm here to share how our pickleball club builds community through programs that bring people together and create belonging. When pickleball gained priority court access on the shared courts after 3 p.m. in spring of 2023, we immediately launched youth programs. Our volunteers have created something remarkable. We are currently in our 8th season of teaching city youth classes through the Enjoy program, having taught 100+ students. We host monthly youth events, clinics, tournaments, celebrations, free of charge and open to all, and staffed entirely by volunteers. Our summer's experimental pickleball league engaged 27 youth participants. Our adult programming is equally robust. This year alone, we've run free getting started sessions for 145 people, open exclusively to Palo Alto and East Palo Alto residents. We hold about 6 weekly events, such as clinics and friendly competitions that are open to club members, of which 50% are Palo Alto residents, and a weekly ladder that is open to everyone. We also frequently host celebratory events open to everyone, such as Lunar New Year celebrations, Pi Day with Ada's Cafe, Pickleween, Olympian Day, and Holy Festival of Lights. These events showcase how sports can unite diverse communities. Over 100 club members, volunteers, power these community building programs. Our passion and volunteer capacity aren't the constraints on spreading these community benefits. Court space is. Throughout our stewardship, every resource the city has entrusted to the Pickleball Club has been used successfully to build community and enhance enjoyment of our public spaces.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Is it Jane?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jane. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I want to address local tennis access and the growing inequality between tennis and pickleball usage. At the last commission meeting, a commissioner emphasized coexistence between these two sports. But from a resident perspective, tennis often feels like the middle child. Our voice isn't heard, and we are asked to constantly give. True coexistence requires fairness and balance, not favoring one group at the expense of the other. We're now on the verge of more court conversions. The impacts are real: overcrowding, noise, and reduced access to other park amenities. 3 areas show the double standard. 1, eligibility rules. Pickleball claims about half its members are residents without verification. Without audits or transparency, how do we know these numbers aren't inflated? And tennis teams may face residency requirements, but not all Palo Alto families can join organized teams. Freeing courts doesn't automatically help residents unless there's a structured reservation system. It feels hypocritical to talk about restricting tennis teams in the name of protecting Palo Alto residents, while at the same time, tennis courts are converted to pickleball courts to serve an overwhelming number of non-residents. Number 2, court time. Residents often have to wait an hour for walk-on courts, while pickleball have no limits, often lasting until the lights turn off. And this blocks access to courts and other park areas for local families. If there's more tennis courts that aren't converted, it's unclear how this would actually increase any sort of access to residents or other park amenities for local families and players. And number 3, fairness and enforcement. Tennis would potentially be subject to residency checks, roster rules, rotations, but pickleball is mostly self-policing. Converting these courts under these conditions undermine the goal of prioritizing residents. Palo Alto already provides the highest number of courts relative to its population. With roughly 68,000 residents, we have 15 dedicated pickleball courts, whereas Mountain View has 8, Sunnyvale has 12, Menlo has 4. Please consider my request to not convert any more courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you refrain from applauding, please?
So a resident asked if they can still speak, if there's room for one more, but besides that, there are no additional public comments.
Okay. No additional public comments. Thank you. Members of the public who spoke with us today, we appreciate your time and your comments. We'll move on to our first agenda item, which is the approval of the minutes. Approval of the minutes from August 26, 2025, please.
Commissioner Cripps,
Yes, I move approval of the minutes.
Commissioner Way,
Yes, I approve the minutes from last meeting.
Chair Freeman.
I'm sorry, can we get a first and a second prior to roll call?
Yeah.
Commissioner Cripps motioned and then,
Do we need a second? We need a second? Commissioner Wade, did you second?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me restart. Commissioner Cripps, Commissioner Way,
Yes.
Commissioner Deng,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
and Chair Freeman.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Now we'll move on to the council liaison report. I believe that Councilmember Julie Haynes is on. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here on Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm delighted as ever to get to be your council liaison. I want to start by saying I hope everybody here in the room and everybody listening managed to find a place to stay cool on this incredibly hot day. Our health and safety of our residents and visitors is of paramount importance, and we rarely see days this hot in this climate. So I do hope everyone has been okay today. The second thing I want to offer is gratitude to you on the PRC. The Parks and Recreation Commission handles some of the toughest questions that center on the quality of life for our community. And I know you are wrestling with them. Just tonight, we've heard reference to pickleball and tennis. And council certainly has been hearing from those communities as well in significant numbers. I know you're also looking at questions around turf versus natural grass. And these are issues that are testing the community's patience, calling upon the community's expertise, and ultimately, we trust you all to be able to wrestle with the issues and make a recommendation for how the city should proceed. So thank you for tackling some of the toughest stuff. We appreciate you. In terms of what council is working on that closely intersects with the PRC right now, I think the obvious one is Cubberley. I know you're taking up a conversation about Cubberley later tonight. I think of Cubberley as this beloved but dilapidated building that has a great future in front of her. We just had our final community master planning meeting last week, and we had a couple hundred people in the room. So grateful to see so many members of the community and of the PRC there in that conversation about what might this future of Cubberley entail. We looked at a phasing approach. Maybe we could get this much in phase 1, and maybe phase 2 could take us here, and phase 3. And we're starting to really kind of condense and shape, based on all of the public feedback, what it is that this community desires. Well, we're about to head into a more challenging phase, I think, which is figuring out, or maybe it's not a challenging phase, but just a necessary inflection point where we figure out, here's what the community seems to want, and here's what the community seems to be able to afford. When we think about going out to the voters with a ballot measure, asking the community to pay some portion of the cost for redoing Cubberley, along with, we hope, having some good public-private partnerships in place that will help us ultimately get this thing built. So we're going to be testing that in our next poll, which I believe goes out in November. What is it that making the case to the community that it might look like this, what are you willing to pay for this? And we look forward to getting that feedback from the voters at that time. So that's really it for me, but I will just conclude with a little bit more gratitude to you on the PRC for your service and your dedication to our city, its residents and visitors, and to all members of the public who have chosen to come out and speak out tonight on something they're passionate about. This is local government. This is the work, and together we're doing it. I feel very fortunate to get to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I did move over the agenda changes, additions, and deletions. So I'll ask if any of the commissioners have any changes to the agenda for Tuesday, September 23rd. No. So we have a very big packet tonight, a lot of items on the agenda. So we probably going to be here a little bit late. But we have to move through those agenda items as quickly as we can. We don't have an opportunity to move anything into November or December, so we'll move along as quickly as we can so we can get you guys out of here at least before midnight. So, okay, moving on to the department reports.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioners, Sarah Robustelli, Division Manager for Open Space Parks and Golf. Eric, while you're pulling up that slide deck, I'll start off with recognizing some upcoming special events. We have the 41st annual Palo Alto Weekly Moonlight Run, which will be held Friday, October 3rd. There's a 5K walk, 10K, and 5K run. Registration's currently open. If you can advance to the next slide. This benefits local nonprofits supporting both kids and families and local independent journalism. On the right side of your screen, you'll see a brand new event called Pet Palooza taking place October 11th from 10 to noon. This will be a celebration for pets, community, featuring a pet parade. It's a costume contest, pet-related activities, and of course, information booths. This is a free event, but we do ask that you pre-register. You can sign up by scanning that QR code or going to the city's website. Next slide. So we want to recap a brand new event that took place just this past Saturday, Pancakes in the Park. There was approximately 400 residents that were served pancakes for breakfast by our emergency personnel. It was a huge success, and we've already been added this to next year's calendar. And we plan to dial it up for next year. So a big thank you to our recreation team, police and fire, as well as emergency services. Next slide. We want to kind of recap some of the summer special interest camps. They had a fantastic summer. There were a total of 51 special interest camps and 5 post camps were offered. There was over 800 campers enrolled, and all camps did extremely well. The revenue for the special interest camps were over $425,000. This was an increase over last year's summer revenues for special interest class. We attribute it to hosting 2 weeks of a new woodworking camp that we have also reported on in other departmental items. And it was a highlight. It filled up the very first day of registration camp, and it accumulated a very large wait list. So that, and then the highlights on the right where we're kind of showcasing one of our other special interest camps was Kitty Zen Build a City Camp again. It's called Young Mayors, Urban Utopia, Building Cities for the Future. This is always a fun opportunity for the campers, and this year it was extra fun to share it with City Manager Ed Shikata, their Lego cities, and they built it to show off the master plan for their community. So moving along, we want to just send a reminder that there are 3 Parks and Rec Commissioners positions currently under recruitment. That the last day to apply for a commissioner position is tomorrow. So you can sign up. There's also recruitments for Human Relations as well as Public Arts Commission. Next slide. Coverly updates, we'll hear about this later, so I'm not going to spend too much time, but there's the updates. You can also sign up for updates on the project webpage. Next slide. So here, this is a lot of repeat information from last month's event or last month's departmental report. We provided you with an update that Palo Alto Unified School District notified the city to an intent to end our field and court maintenance and brokering agreement effective November 11th. But I want to kind of just flag and highlight the next steps there down at the bottom. Palo Alto Unified School District's working with the user groups to ensure a seamless transition. The future use is governed by Palo Alto Unified School District and their field and court use policies. So that is the update for this month. Next. All right, so we do have one correction on this slide. Right before we posted this, Valley Water initially was set to begin their retrofit today. We did get word that they will begin at early October. So the Palo Alto flood basin and tide gate structure seismic retrofit and rehabilitation project will begin early October. During construction, a portion of the Adobe Creek Loop Trail will be closed, which is until January 31st. And the sluice gate has been inoperable since 2020. Staff are evaluating flood basin conditions, including the need for a sluice gate repair. I'm not going to read the slide, but we're also looking into all those bullet points under there for evaluation. And our next step really is to return come in the spring with our findings and recommendations. So it will be fully vetted. Next slide. So this next slide, we're going to also hear quite a bit about later. This item's on your agenda. So I'll just call attention right now to where we are in the process, which is that bracket, and we'll get into this later. Next slide. I'm thrilled really to announce that we've had a summer intern with our open space parks and golf this summer, Annie Jones, and she's worked with our city's GIS team. And we've mapped each memorial bench. This was a very large undertaking involving our IT department, and Annie worked across our entire division. This undertaking will provide more transparency, will lead to operational efficiencies, and it's a great way to utilize our technology. It is currently available to the public, either by scanning that QR code, or even if you just go to our open GIS data on our webpage. I've circled it there on the bottom left. That icon is what you're looking for. On this page and map, you're also able to search by park, by bench content, claimed and unclaimed benches, and Annie was also able to upload pictures of the bench and also view from benches. So I want to thank Annie, as it's been such a pleasure working with her throughout this summer. And we're sad to see her last day is actually tomorrow. And she'll be going back to school and completing her master's. So really want to applaud her effort and the amount of work she completed this summer. It was wonderful to have her on the team. Next slide. We wanted to highlight, you might see 4 of these directory signage just recently installed at Mitchell Park. So just wanted to make you aware of that upgrade. Next slide. We have a lot of exciting actually reports in this departmental report. So in June of 2024, then Gunn High School senior Nara Kamor discussed a proposal to the Parks and Rec Commission for a traffic garden, now known as a bike safety park. This is located at Ventura Community Center, which is rented and leased by Palo Alto Community Childcare. Nara graduated this past June, and we're proud to share that this project was completed this month, earning the title of the first bike safety park in the Bay Area. To recognize her leadership and contributions, the City Council will be honoring Nara with a proclamation next Monday, September 29th at 5:30 p.m. We encourage you to attend and join us in celebrating this milestone. Next slide. Also kind of rounding out this project, we also updated site upgrades, which included basketball courts, resurfacing along with newly painted backboards and new nets. And you'll see on the picture on the left, the right hand side of that picture is where the bike safety park is. Next. All right, so Baylands Golf Links. We really want to thank our Public Works Department, and also we partnered with Public Works quite a bit with all these projects. So our team has coordinated repaving around the clubhouse, restaurant, and next up will be the maintenance road and yard. On the left-hand side of this photo, you'll see the before, which has a lot of potholing, and the after, the beautiful smooth surface. As another Baylands Golf Links update, we are moving along with the first tee progress, and are planning to, we have it earmarked for your November meeting to bring back for a discussion of the long-term agreement with First Tee. So next slide. Update for the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfields. Recent kind of updates that have been completed was the header board replacement has been completed. We're currently importing rock and meeting grade and compaction for the subbase. Next up, around mid-October will be the turf installation, and we're still projecting completion in December of this year. So another exciting project, this is a CIP project that is underway and getting completed. The Baylands Friendship Trail project is moving along nicely. The Lucy Evans Bayland Nature Interpretive Center boardwalk signs are installed. And once the project is complete, we'll keep you apprised of a ribbon cutting that is going to be scheduled. Next slide. The Palo Alto Horizontal Levee pilot project. This is another exciting update. Public Works is leading this project. The horizontal levee will be used treat wastewater to replace the fresh water that is used to come from local creeks, but has since been cut off due to flood control channelization and urban development. The treated wastewater will provide underground irrigation to support a diverse habitats that will be restored on the horizontal levee. This project goals include improving habitat, adapting to sea level rise, maintaining a low impact trail for recreational use, providing polishing treatments to treated wastewater, maintain an area of integral and future flood control levee with horizontal levee if needed. To learn more about this project, which started September 8th and is estimated to complete early of 2026, you can scan that QR code or also visit the project website. And that concludes the departmental report.
Thank you. A lot to digest. Thanks for the update and on what's happening in the city. Your reports are always from the Community Service Department informative, and we truly appreciate you and your team for the efforts you guys are pulling everything together. I think, as you know, the work you do help keeps our city vibrant, active with a wide variety of events that you bring to us every month. So keep up the work on that. Are there any questions from the commission? Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you for the extensive report. Wow, lots of great stuff happening. Great to hear about the traffic garden. Love the rename of the bike safety park, much better. The bench mapping, that's exciting. What is a post camp?
Yeah, great question. I should have explained that. A post camp is basically aftercare. So after the camp is completed, it's an aftercare program.
Gotcha. Thank you. With regard to the public input regarding community gardens, could you briefly describe the situation?
I think we will need to speak internally, but if we need to bring it back, what is taking place is rather than the city holding the funds, we recently learned 2 private bank accounts where gardeners are paying into this fund in order to, if they're unable to volunteer for their work hours.
Right. And is it city regulations and guidelines that require that provide this option, or is this something outside of city policy?
So this is stated within the city guidelines.
Okay, and so the issue is that the money is in a private bank account, and any money that's collected should go into the general. Should this be going in the general fund? Is that?
It should have city oversight.
It should have, and if it were city oversight, would that mean it's in the it goes to the general fund?
Meaning the city staff should be able to have access and also maintain records. This is for the benefit of not only our volunteers, but also the city.
Not questioning that, just trying to understand the situation. And okay, look forward to hearing more about that. It seems to be a matter of passion. And could you just give a quick update about what's going on at the Baylands at the advanced water site where there's all the construction going on at Embarcadero, at the end of Embarcadero?
Yeah, off Embarcadero Road, there's some construction activity related to the massive, my understanding, $65 million plus project that's been in the works for years in the planning stages. And they've just recently at the water quality control plant kicked off construction. So this is a project that's going to take some time to complete. There's multiple facets of the project, but the main thing is they're building an advanced purification system to increase the quality of recycled water. And one of the benefits is that it'll encourage the expansion of use of recycled water, provide another output instead of discharging, treated effluent into the bay. So it's a really big project in collaboration with neighboring cities. It's a regional water quality control plant. So there's lots of positive impacts to the customers.
Thanks. I know this has been discussed at Parks and Rec in the past. It's kind of distressing to see the large green belt that's screening the water quality control plant gone now. But over in general, there are plans to put up screening in the future.
Yeah, that's stated in the project specifications to plant new trees and like a green screen to replace whatever was lost. They had to remove a bunch of eucalyptus trees. So there's going to be a kind of a new and improved landscaping, including planting of trees. So we're covered there.
And do you have a ballpark for a timeline for when the project is scheduled to be completed?
The timeline I'll have to get back to you on, but anybody in the public can go to the project website on the city page and learn a little bit about the timeline. I'd have to research that a little more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Shannon, not Clance.
I'm impressed with the work of the intern and the GIS of all the benches. Are all the blue dots on that picture benches?
That's correct.
Then maybe we need to consider what do you see from one bench? I mean, you want to see nature in the Baylands, not necessarily.
So part of that project is also mapping, and that is to also get a count. So there aren't any plans to add benches. These are the benches that are there, and we're also working on framing of a policy and possibly coming back to the Parks and Rec Commission for your review of that. Of a policy or guidelines for the benches.
Yeah, it just seems like in some areas, the density of benches was a little too much for the benefit of the location and the visitors. Anyway, okay, my other question is the horizontal levee. We supported that. It's a good project, happy to see it happening, but what is a low impact trail?
This is from the project page, so I'm happy to ask the Public Works team, and I'm happy to get back to you offline.
Thank you. And consider what types of use and times of use potentially. I mean, there's many ways to manage and make sure that the trail has a low impact. So just calling it a low impact doesn't mean that it is, and we've seen a lot of things named things that they're not recently. So hopefully we should be true to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wei.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sarah. Great report, and so much we can say congratulations. You're a huge success for the inaugural pancake breakfast and also the 30% increase of special interest group. Great work and kept your summer busy, I can see. So a quick question about the 30% increase in special interest camps. Are they mostly local residents' children or Bay Area children? Do we have data on that?
I don't have that information handy. That's something I can check with the recreation manager and get back to you.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who actually, and then obviously you've done great publishing work for this new camps. Great job. And also congratulations for Bike Safety Park. It's so fast, you're already in place. So for the Bayland signage, two questions here. One is the Bayland signage. Do we have a completion date on that?
I believe it's going to be completed within, by October.
So it's pretty soon. And
Yes.
also, I don't know whether that's discussed before. I noticed those signage was English and Spanish bilingual or monolingual. I cannot remember. Is it too late to look into, say, trilingual? English, Chinese, and Spanish. Mentioned in the first T signage in terms of helping, East Palo Alto residents coming here, and also the increased amount of Chinese residents over here in Palo Alto, which was also reflected by pickleball tennis community too. We have 37% Asian population in the city now. I personally did a few volunteer for international travelers from Taiwan who could not, understand what the signage say. I don't know whether it's too late already.
The signs have already been fabricated, and this is something that went through an extensive process. But I think as we, we don't have any more interpretive signage scheduled, but we can keep that into consideration moving forward.
Yeah, that'd be excellent. Final question is the very beautiful looking blue turf for the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Field. Is that what we're looking to turf study later? Is that synthetic turf or what sort of material was used?
Yes, that's correct. It's a synthetic turf that we're installing with natural cork infill.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the great work. Again, a lot of congratulations for you done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cribbs.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the great work. It was a wonderful report. And I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. In terms of the camps, do we have any idea how many scholarships were given this year? Is there any way to know that data?
I also don't have that handy, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
All right. And then thank you for the report on the first tee. We'll look forward to the November meeting. That's great news. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, so I thank you as well. I actually really love the GIS report. That's pretty cool. As far as Mitchell Park signage, I was actually able to take advantage of that this weekend. I had a family reunion, people coming from different areas, and I saw that and sort of pointed them to using the sign, which then directed them to where we were having our event. So that came in timely. So thank you for putting that up. I'm sure you did. The other tapping into what Commissioner Cribbs talked about on the first tee. You're saying November. So when do you think we'll actually wrap that up?
Well, the short-term agreement expires at the end of February, and we will likely need 2 conversations with the PRC and then take it to City Council. So I think with the plan of November meeting, heading to hopefully action in December, and then getting on the City Council agenda.
So you would agree that that's been going on for a long time. So hopefully we will be wrapping it up.
Yeah, we're on it.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to pull that off our plate here. As it relates to the Palo Alto Unified School District's the taking over the maintenance, how is that going to impact the CSD department? Is that going to give you more free time, or it's going to put more time on your plate?
Well, more free time would be nice, but we're exploring adding additional maintenance areas to take on to offset the duties that were being performed at the schools. So we're working with some other departments to plan that right now. And it's just one of these operational things that we're in the process of figuring out. But there's a lot of needs across the city for maintenance, improved, additional, enhanced, and so we're looking at those, and so we're going to kind of transition into that as the contract expires, to make it as seamless as possible and take advantage of any opportunities to just improve service delivery, to areas that need it.
So what kind of communications, I guess, is forthcoming because that's going to be a change, so that if there's any finger pointing, it doesn't come to the community service department, but it gets directed to, Palo Alto Unified School District. So I would think that you're working on some type of messaging to let the public know about those changes and how they're going to impact service going forward.
Right. The school district is working, as mentioned, directly with the user groups impacted. Those are the primary groups that are going to see impacts, or as far as a different agency managing the reservations. But the PAUSD has come out and said that the public will see no change. That's what they're saying now, and ultimately they're going to drive that. And we just have to keep in communication as best as we can with them. But we're kind of looking to them to message that to the public, and we can kind of piggyback off of what they're saying. And right now it looks good. There's going to be no visible impacts to the members of the public that use the facilities now. And that's what we hope to see.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Thank you. Can you provide an update about the mitigations in the golf course and the wetlands, and then discussions with the water boards over the mitigation requirements?
I think ultimately we provided a pretty robust update and at the agenda item a few months ago, but right now we are moving forward with HT Harvey, and we are starting to plant and starting the work to increase the native cover in the wetland areas, and waiting for sign off on our plan, but we're moving ahead in getting to increase our native cover.
Thank you. And I'm assuming you're doing the monitoring so you can show the water board that monitoring continues as based on the conditions of approval by the Army Corps of Engineers and the water board and all are you looking
Yes,
at all of that?
we're working through that, yes, with the water board.
And HDRV is doing that? Like, is there a conversation, or are you just continuing to work and they're not?
We're having conversations, correct, with the water board.
Okay, thank you. Another thing is, if there's need for maintenance, there's a lot of invasive plants in the baylands that could be removed. This is part of what we've been trying to do for a long time. And if you have people who, they may need some training as to what to remove and what not to touch, and maybe some plantings, but maybe you want to think about that. Thank you.
Can I ask an additional question too? So I forgot to comment on the GIS project for interns. I think it's a great program, and since you guys really busy, is there any plan for next summer? Maybe have more intern to help you, because staff is really and also whether they are Palo Alto students, resident students, is there a criteria for that? Maybe the youth council can also help you, or even the school district.
So there is an annual program, and that's something that each department and team evaluates with their budget, their workload, bandwidth, and if there's a suitable project.
Oh, so it's a very project-based. Yeah, I'm hoping to see more interns can help you out.
Yeah,
and even for events, etc. You've got a lot more new events coming, right? Even local high schoolers, maybe, multi-language as well. So a lot of youth suicide in our city, and a lot of parents don't know how to read the signs. So the youth actually all multilingual, they might be able to help you just connecting the dots. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Let's move on to item number 3, which is approval of the field and court use policy, updated tennis court policy.
Good evening, Adam Howard, Senior Community Services Manager with the City of Palo Alto. Next slide, please. So staff is here tonight asking for the Parks and Rec Commission to recommend to the city manager to approve the proposed updates to the city field and court use policy. Specifically around adding a resident requirement of 25% to USTA teams and formalizing court access for Palo Alto youth-based organizations during off-peak times. Next slide, please. So just real brief here on the background. The policies governing courts in Palo Alto are found in the field and court use policy. The policies guide the use of all city-owned courts, and the policies are used to ensure spaces meet the needs and interests of the community and that permitted users are fully informed of our city guidelines. Next slide, please. Brief background, and most of this was discussed at our last month's meeting, but I wanted to just make sure everyone's on the same page. So really this started with staff noticing getting complaints regarding tennis courts. We were hearing from residents that it was difficult to find space because of how often there were many USTA teams on the courts. And we also heard from resident USTA captains who were finding it difficult to find space. And there was frustration over the fact that there was no difference between residents and non-residents when it came to getting space. It was just kind of first come, first serve. On 4/8/25, staff, along with the ad hoc, held a community meeting to hear concerns, gather feedback, discuss possible solutions. There were roughly 40 people at that meeting. Last month, which was the 26th, staff brought the policy recommendations to the Parks and Rec Commission. That night, we had 5 public comments supporting a resident priority, and we had general support from the commission. So since then, staff and the ad hoc have worked to produce some actual policy changes. Next slide, please. So this policy that we're discussing does govern, as I said, these city-owned courts, which I just gave you a list of in here. 27 total courts, 10 with lights. Next slide, please. So the first policy change is just to talk about the USTA match play. Again, the current policy is that USTA teams can reserve up to 50% of courts in any one location for match play only. There are no resident requirements or residence priority, and there are no restrictions of the amount of dates that can be requested or the length of dates that people can request. In spring of 2025, we had 93 teams requesting space in Palo Alto courts. Of those, 59 of the teams were less than 25% Palo Alto residents. Next slide, please. This is just kind of a brief overview of what the residency looks like. And really, this isn't about there being a problem with USTA teams using the court. I think we want to do that. But in doing so, we want to make sure that there are residents on those teams to make sure that that's where, if someone's going to get the right to have a permit, we want to make sure that residents are taking advantage of that. Next slide, please. So here is the recommendation that we are requesting. We're requiring at least 25% Palo Alto residents on USTA rosters to receive courts. If multiple teams request the same time or location, priority will be given to the team with the higher percentage of Palo Alto residents. We ask that rosters be submitted with the permit request and include some proof of residency, whether it's a utility bill, an ID, tax form, anything that can connect the name to a Palo Alto resident. Rosters will be verified against USTA records prior to the first match. We did include that because we did get some feedback that it could be difficult to have a set roster at the time that they make the requests. So we did want to provide some flexibility there. So when they turn in the roster, it has to meet the 25% requirement, but there can be changes up until the point that their dates start. And that's when we will double check the rosters and make sure they still meet the 25% requirement and that their rosters are set at that point. Teams with inaccurate rosters would lose booking privileges for a season. And then if they repeated that, they would lose permanent eligibility. Next slide, please. Some things that we wanted to add to make sure that we had a policy that works. USTA indicated to us that each home team needs to book 5 matches, but to allow some flexibility in terms of scheduling with other teams, we suggest that we allow up to 7 dates, but 2 of those need to be released at the start of their match. So again, we give them a couple extra slots so that they can work with the other teams involved, but then they need to release and keep the 5. Each match may reserve up to 2 hours. Again, we had people booking for 3 hours or 4 hours, and what USTA has told us is really that's not required. You need the 2-hour window. Everything outside of that is probably not needed for their match play. And then again, teams will only be able to reserve up to 50% of courts at any given location. That's not a change. That's our current policy, but we will continue to operate. So we're hoping that these policy changes will still allow for USTA teams to book, but ensure residents are using the courts during that time. Next slide. So the next policy recommendation is surrounding the youth groups. So current practice right now is that we allow these youth groups to book. These includes things like school teams, youth serving, childcare programs, and they're booking during non-prime time hours, which I'll get to in just a sec. But that's not really in the policy. We've made them go out and get USTA numbers. So really what we want to do is to allow this practice to continue. Next slide, please. So what we're recommending for policy change is that where it's eligible for Palo Alto-based youth programs. Non-peak hours are defined as Monday through Friday, excuse me, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 3 p.m., and this would exclude holidays. Groups, again, can reserve up to 4 days a week, 2 hours per day, and in periods of high demand, staff can reduce that either hours or days to maximize access. Again, right now, that's not an issue, but we thought we should put it into the policy just in case it becomes more popular. It allows us still to work through these issues and allows each group equal access. Again, right now, it's not like we have high demand for these types of youth groups. But we thought it was important just in case it becomes more popular. We have a policy that works in the end. And again, this policy would include the no more than 50% of courts at any one location. Again, not a change, but something that we would continue to uphold. Next slide, please. So what would next steps be? If supported by the commission tonight, staff would finalize the policy and seek city manager approval. We would seek to have the policy take effect January 1st, 2026, and we would do that so that we can allow all of our current reservations to be completed and not change policy on someone midway. It would be for all things moving forward after January 1st. Staff would then monitor implementation, track court usage, gather feedback from the public, report back to the commission on a regular basis, and then a formal review would take place after 1 year just to see how we're doing, how it's working, if we need to make changes at that point. Next slide, please. Actually, that is my presentation tonight, nice and quick, but open to questions.
Excellent job. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so before we move on to public comments, are there any clarifying questions from the commissioners? Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. Quick clarifying question. When you're talking about 5 to 7, 5 matches are required to be booked. So a match, just to clarify, a match versus a date, a match is one court and it's 2 people or singles or doubles playing each other. That's a match. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so a reservation will include multiple matches on a date, typically at least 3, 1 per court. So it might be 3 or 4 courts.
Right, so we would be saying 5 dates.
Right. Okay, so the policy says matches now. So you're saying for a team must book 5 dates?
Yeah, so they need to have 5 dates as part of, to be a USTA team for the home court.
Okay, and then they're allowed to pick 7 dates and then scale back when the season starts. So there's
Correct.
scheduling flexibility.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, I have one. Are you, so staff, you reviewing the reservations, I think you indicated that they could submit the reservation request, but there's a cutoff period?
There wouldn't be a cutoff period. We would get them, typically USDA releases like what they need or when the dates or seasons are open, and then we get a large request at that time. Those requests would all be done by priority based on residency, but they could come in after the fact. It's just that we would handle those requests in order as we receive them.
Okay, and you also mentioned that this would go into effect in January 2026 to exhaust the number of reservations that you currently have in the system. Will it be a cutoff so that you, I mean, yeah.
So it would basically be any reservation that is requested after January 1st.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to public comment.
We have 4 in person and 1 in Zoom, so 5 overall.
Okay, thank you.
Our first public comment is from Maria Kay.
So this public comment is regarding pickleball versus tennis use. May I proceed?
No, this is only for, I'm sorry, this is only as it relates to the item on the agenda, which is for tenants, the reservation court policy.
Reservation court policy. Okay, thank you.
All right. Our second public comment is from Robbie K.
Good evening, committee. I came here to talk about the pickleball, but I realized this item on the agenda affects tennis players in a serious way. I understand the constraints Palo Alto is facing with tennis courts. So I want to make 2 points. One is, I used to be a USTA captain for many, many years. I'm not on the USTA team anymore, but having a 2-hour slot and the 50% rule means that only a few locations are going to be feasible for USTA teams. Typically there's 2 or 3 singles matches and 2 or 3 doubles matches. Each of them, can finish early, but 2 hours is a short time for that. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for these guys. I'm just pointing that out. So we used to book 3 courts at a time, and we would use them for about 2 or 3 hours. We'd have, like I said, so I just want to say that. One final thing, if the Mitchell Park courts is where we used to play a number of USTA matches. When the pickleball courts got converted, we couldn't play USTA matches there anymore. So this is going to put a lot of pressure on Cubberley and Rinconada. The only places that I know have at least 3 courts that are available. So just something for you to consider. It's a difficult situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Mingxia Zi. Okay, looks like our next comment would be from Herb B.
Chair Freeman and commissioners, my comments are a little bit about some history and what I'm aware of in the municipal code may be a little bit dated, but my history is that boards and commissions are originally formed to be advisory to the city council rather than advisory to staff. And that there were rules and regulations which would come from staff as a recommendation to council, and the Parks and Rec Commission would have an opportunity to say whether they agreed or disagreed, and then there would be a legislative act by the council to adopt changes to rules and regulations. As I recall from the staff report, it says the council be notified of the decision, but there's no indication of what role, if any, the council would be playing on this. I mean, in other boards and the planning, there are times when staff can make a decision, but it's appealable. And here it's just notifying the council. I also recall a prior occasion on percentage of Palo Alto residents, and that was on the field use policy, which at times would require 50% Palo Alto residency. And then staff came to the Parks and Recs Commission and the council that time and said, oh, the highest numbers we have on field use policy for residency is in the high 30% for team or a tournament type play. And now we have a situation where we're looking at something that the highest residence requiring is 25% Palo Alto residency. So essentially, you know, in a number of parks and golf issues, we might have a small percentage of Palo Alto residents who seek to have, you know, big use for something which is really for people who are not from Palo Alto, whether it be the airport or the golf course or the fields, or in this case, the court policy. So the real question, and in exchange for that, sometimes there are increases in usage in terms of time, such as in Mayfield and at El Camino Park, in exchange for some development thing for Stanford, we're increasing the number of years on a lease in which it can be used, in that case, for fields. And the question is, the percentage of Palo Alto residents keeps on going down.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your comments.
Our final speaker is on Zoom, Aida G.
Yes. Aida Garcia. Hi, my name is Yaida. I am a tennis coach for one of the most prestigious schools in Palo Alto, Castilleja School. I coach middle school and high school there, and we offer a beautiful program that attends so many students and have changed lives of so many. I'm here just to advocate for that because pickleball is not part of the school program, and reducing tennis program will affect drastically in the school competition program. We compete with more than 40 schools in the area between middle school and high school, and I wish you guys could consider that. This year, until last year, we had 5 days at Cubberley and 5 days at Rinconada for our JV and varsity program. This year, the city of Palo Alto reduced our time for only 5 days in all, 2 at Cubberley and 3 at Rinconada. So that's compromised significantly our program. We had to now extend and look for courts at Foothill College to be used as practice. And this is complicating a lot our program because of dislocation of all these kids and increasing traffic. And we miss every day half an hour in traffic going and coming back. So I'd love you guys could consider that for us to continue promoting the beautiful tennis, which impact the lives of so many students in the area. They not everyone is gifted for basketball, soccer, lacrosse. They don't like the contact sports, and tennis is a great opportunity to take the kids out of social media and give them the self-esteem and the beautiful looks that they look for. Also, as a USTA tennis player, yeah, the beauty of the Bay Area is that the towns are so close together. So they're all intertwined. And the fact you want to reduce USTA users for only 50%, that's compromising because people live in San Mateo, they live in Burlingame, and they work in Palo Alto. So we travel for tennis and we play where we're closer during the week. And so I wish you guys could consider that as well, because the Bay Area is one big city. It's not just Palo Alto or Menlo, or so everyone commutes, everyone moves to one city to another for work, for school, for many different reasons. So we'd love to keep continuing having the opportunity to play tennis at Rinconada and Mitchell Park, and also Cubberley in Palo Alto. We'd love to continue with our tennis program for adults and for children. So for that, I please ask you guys to review your policies. I appreciate for the chance to talk, and go Castilleja. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers for your comments. We will move on to give the commissioners an opportunity to ask any questions. We'll start with the ad hoc. On the ad hoc, it's myself, Commissioner Cribbs, and Commissioner Way. So I'll kind of start off if you don't mind. Yeah. So as a member of the ad hoc, I want to begin by expressing my strong support for this recommendation. We spent a lot of time, a lot of meetings going forth on this. Particularly appreciate the report's thoughtful approach to balancing sort of the resident access with community inclusion. For example, the introduction of a transparent reservation system and the prioritization of resident booking windows are key aspects that ensure fair opportunities for those who live in Palo Alto while still allowing non-residents access. Adam's collaborative efforts with both the tennis community, having the numerous meetings that he's had, where the ad hoc has also participated in those. And the USTA leaders were instrumental, I think, in crafting the provisions that address this long-standing concern about court availability and fairness. And it's been something that has been going on for a while. So I think we're at the point where we'll be able to hopefully be able to wrap this up. One thing also I think is clear that the city of Palo Alto has a high standard with excellent facilities for both tennis and pickleball, which is why our courts are preferred choice among the surrounding communities. This plan, I think, stands out because it doesn't focus on one group. It includes mechanisms to release congestion for tennis players, such as designated times and streamlined scheduling, while it's also showing that other enthusiasts have fair access to facilities. So in this way, the policy fosters what I consider to be a more inclusive and engaged sporting community, inviting a broader participation and encouraging all residents to stay active and connected. So I commend Adam and his team for his diligence in gathering the input. I think if you had a chance to really dig into the report, he did some pretty good analysis and trying to really get a handle on this, and received a lot of input from a very diverse stakeholders for presenting a solution that truly reflects our community values. The hope is that this plan will not only make it easier for tennis players and residents to find court time, but also enhance the overall experience for everyone, creating a welcoming environment for all users of our recreational space. I do have a few questions to round this out, but I'll go ahead and leave those until the other commissioners have a chance to comment on that. Commissioner Way.
Yeah, I want to echo Chair's comment. I really commend Adam's thorough work. It's very detailed in terms of both data as well as looking into the whole picture of diversity, inclusivity, and really commend putting our youth group, and which is also a sport really for youth mental health. I think it's a very well done report with all the work we can see putting. One quick question is with the the school district separating their maintenance, do we book with them or they are separate reservation? What's the system of either collaboration or we have a different system with them now? Just want
Yes,
to know.
so yeah, PAUSD will handle their own bookings of their courts.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. So there's no possibility to work together because that will be, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm wondering if our residents are aware the availability and the still availability of the tennis courts from the school district, whether the collaboration will give our, we probably have a better way of advertising that. So the tennis players locally can have more accessibility to their courts or aware the courts exist.
So anyone that's done the school courts on our end will be notified that the school district is taking over. And so they will be directly communicated to from the school district. So anyone that's already has done it in the past will get that communication. And then we'll be good partners. So if someone comes and they're wondering about spaces about PASD, we will have the contact of who they can directly contact. And of course, I think they will do too. If they're full or we're full, we're going to say there are other options. Check with PAUSD.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Yeah. Wonderful report and a great plan.
Commissioner Cripps?
Yeah, I would just echo everything that the chair said. The background, I think, was absolutely perfect. I think we're all in favor of great exercise and tennis for everybody that can access a court. Adam, I'm concerned about the booking of the Palo Alto High School, the courts under this new system. Are there courts that USTA would book then?
I'm sorry.
So for the turn of the leagues, when the USTA NorCal, the captains book, will they be booking from will they have the opportunity to book from Palo Alto and Gunn as well? Or do they have?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, the public can still book
Okay,
directly.
so that
with
doesn't change.
Yeah, so they still have a policy that allows them to book at Pally and Gunn. From what I've seen, the priorities are similar to what we have, right? School gets their first choice and then they go to nonprofits and so on down the.
Okay, thank you for that. And then during the booking time, did I misunderstood, Stan, are there 3 periods during the year like that people can book? Or do you book for the whole year or?
So they have seasons.
Yes.
And so we'll go by those seasons, but the people can book really any time once the season opens. So we won't have a time where we stop taking them if people need, because there are reschedules, there are rainouts, there are playoffs that people will need to schedule for. So we will take into account all those things. It won't be like scheduled by this date or we're done. It will just be that we'll take them in a bunches when they first open the season, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Well, I think after all this time, this turns out to be a really good policy, and I'm pretty pleased to support it. I value our relationship for the residents with the USTA NorCal. It's been going on for a long time, and I think it's important that it continue, but I also think it's important for Palo Alto residents to have priority. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Adam and the ad hoc for their work on this policy. I'm generally very supportive of the changes that are recommended. We talked about it last month, and I think it's fairly straightforward. Even considering the long agenda we have this evening, unfortunately, I have a number of concerns about the policy as it's written, and but both in general things and specific details within the policy. I'll start out with the general side of things. As far as the matches and when they're booked, Commissioner Cripps touched on this. We need to clarify if it's per season or per year. It's ambiguous as it is now, so there needs to be language in there. It sounds like 5 to 7 dates per season, and I think it'd be helpful to clarify what a match is, and that the expectation that there be multiple matches booked on a given date at a location. the requirement for USTA, actually, so USTA is not defined anywhere in the policy. It should be called out. The residency requirement seems to be implicitly adult residency, but I think it would be helpful to call out whether this is adult or youth in the same, because this is part of the field and court policy. For the field side of things, we have different residency requirements for adults versus youth, and I don't know if you need to call that to highlight that specifically. What I'm looking at, there's kind of areas where I think improved clarity is needed, consistency within the policy. There's some redundancy and some general syntax, which I'll get to. As mentioned on the last occasion, I generally feel that a residency requirement above 25% would be better, more appropriate, something similar to 35% that adult field users require. And I'm okay with going with 25% to start off, but would like to see some language talking about when the policy would be revisited to reconsider that. With specific language to look at the residency percentage required. On the youth side of things.
Can I ask a clarifying question
Sure,
for
of
that? Within the staff report, we do say upon implementation after the January, we plan to bring it back and reevaluate at with the commission. So are you referring to
What kind of timeline? A year out? A year after implementation?
one year?
Okay.
Correct.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I missed that, sir. With respect to the youth programs, what defines Palo Alto-based youth program? And I think it's important to be clear on that. For example, does Castellea qualify as a Palo Alto-based youth program? Would this policy change to help benefit Castellea to make it possible for them to have more field reservations next year?
Yeah, so it would be where their physical programming takes place. And so, yes, this would allow Castellea to continue. I mean, they're one of the groups that we allow now. So it would allow them to continue to be involved by policy. But yes, I can
we need to be very
clarify that.
specific about what defines that. So we're clear on it. So there's no gray area who qualifies for that. And then with respect to the youth, it's not clear if it says that holidays are, it's not clear if holidays can be reserved, if they count as weekends or weekdays. But we need to be clear on that. And then we also need to be clear on what holidays we're talking about, what calendar we're referring to. And then there's a Columbus Day, Indigenous People Day. Does that qualify as the lesser holidays count as well? So again, being very specific and removing ambiguity, just trying to avoid problems in the future. As far as the specific policy details, could it be possible to pop up the red line document? And I can just start talking about it while you're working on that. So the new section 13 is USTA rentals rules. I think what we're talking about is permits in the same way that we have field permits. I think we're talking about court permits. And so I think for consistency, I think it would be desirable to refer this to USTA permit guidelines or rules. And for under section 13. This isn't the red line, but that's okay. Oh, it is a red line. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So number one, I think rather than require USTA teams to have a minimum, I think we're just trying to say that USTA teams USTA teams must have a minimum. And then in the second one, if multiple teams require the same space, sorry, on number 2 is fine. Number 3, you talk about the rosters included with the request, and then we talk about rosters. I think it's just a single roster. We're talking about a single roster all along. So the second section should start off with a roster. Line 4, residency. Line 4 ought to be deleted altogether. You already define residency and how to determine residency in section 7 and 8. That's done very clearly. In 5 and 6, you're talking about roster changes. I understand what you're trying to convey, but so once a roster set, it can't change during the season, I guess. Number 7 is where we need some clarification on the dates and things like that. We talked about that. Going down to section, the next section, USTA tennis courts, 13. Let's see. Lost her. On the rent, regarding insurance liability requirements, are there any requirements are stated clearly for field permits? Are there insurance requirements for court permits?
Yes, and they are currently provided by USDA.
Okay, so maybe that I would suggest highlighting that. And I know that pickleball, and as far as pickleball is permitted to make reservations for tournaments and things like that. That doesn't seem to be referenced anywhere. I don't, it's maybe out of scope of this, but that covers the gist of what I think needs to be clarified. Thank you.
So tagging on to what Vice Chair indicated about the pickleball reservation, is that something we need to include in this policy?
I'm almost positive it's listed in here.
I didn't see it, but it doesn't mean anything.
If it's not, I will definitely make sure I'm.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on it.
Sorry, just one more figured out now on section 15. The title is Palo Alto based youth groups. We need to clarify that it's Palo Alto based youth group tennis court permits.
Pickleball is referenced. It's section 12, court under court usage. It's in the red lined in addition to calling out pickleball organizations.
I will clarify that part, though. It is briefly mentioned, but not as strong as it should be.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, the last one is adding is the title of section 15. Palo Alto based youth groups. We need to clarify it's Palo Alto based youth group tennis court permits.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Thank you. I have a question. Maybe it's to the ad hoc or maybe to staff. I'm not sure because I don't do USDA, but the speaker mentioned the 2 hours is not enough for USDA match. And I was wondering if you heard it from other players in the USDA system and whether that should be extended So I don't know the answer, but I think people in the audience are signaling that they need 3 hours. So I'm just wondering if the ad hoc or staff can discuss this, please.
I would say that we're open to that. I mean, that came directly from two USTA, I don't know if I would want to call them board members or, but I want to hear from our community. I hadn't heard it before. There was been very few people that have offered 3 hours, and we've had complaints about it. So that's an
we're
interesting
hearing it
perspective.
now, and
Yes.
so and if the bylaws essentially say no more than 2 hours, then you can't go further. So maybe it should say up to 3 hours.
Up to 3 hours, yeah.
And that
Staff is
way it
comfortable with that, yeah.
accommodates the people who are back there. They want 5 hours, but I think that might be too much.
Staff is comfortable with saying 3.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Day?
I appreciate Adam's work on this issue. We've been hearing from residents about how difficult it has become to find an open tennis court. While USTA matches and organized play certainly add demand, I suspect part of the challenge may be reduced availability through conversions or closure or long reservation blocks. So I think looking at both supply and demand data will help us understand the root cause. And I also want to raise a point from the community. I heard that the waiting line outside the tennis courts may look short, but it was because the wait time is long as 75 minutes, which makes sense. I wouldn't wait that long. And have we considered shortening that reservation or playtime blocks to help improve turnover or reduce the long waits? That's just a thought.
So we haven't looked at reducing that. I think what we hear from most of the time is they'd like more courts time. But I think what we're looking at, and this wouldn't be a policy change, is just ways of better tracking the time. So if somebody shows up, they know that the clock, the people on there only have 20 minutes left or have 45 minutes left, and that could influence their ability to stay or go. So we are looking at some kind of system of either clocks or tracking. That won't require a policy change, but we are looking at that too, because we understand that that would help the queue system. We do want to see if we can improve that for people.
Right, yeah, a signaling or queuing system, right. Well, I definitely hope the new policy we're about to adopt can relieve the pressure and restore a fair balance. At the same time, I think it's important that we discuss how the new policy will be enforced and how its success will be measured. Is it by tracking the percentage of hours reserved for organized play versus open play, or surveying residents on their ability to find courts?
So I think the commission will play a role in deciding what it looks like, but ultimately I think it's about residents on the courts and people's, regardless of how they play, because I think we've talked about this before, there's people that want to play USTA, there's people that want to take lessons, there's people that want to drop in. And what we're really trying to do is find the middle ground so all of them have that participation rate. And so that's, I think, one of the goals we're looking for is, does everyone that, regardless of how they want to use the courts, have that ability? So that will be one of the focuses that we look at when we decide whether this is successful or not.
Right, and finally, Adam, based on the public comment we heard from Castella's tennis coach, could you clarify why they currently have only 3 days of court usage instead of 5?
They currently have 4, but they would like to be on all the courts on all the days. I think they have grown, but we just don't have the space for that. And we, even with the new policy, will not allow, one group to really monopolize all that's there. So when we have competing interests or, multiple groups that want to use the space, basically as staff, we try to give them each a little bit of the puzzle, so that not one group takes it all. Obviously, that means each group has to take a little less than they might want, but we only have so many resources that we have available to us. So really, it's about trying to get all the groups on to the best of our ability.
So we did have increased demand in terms of the use.
It's been the same. I mean, their demand has gone up. What they need in terms of how many courts they want has gone up. But we haven't really changed how we're providing that space.
But if they're growing and we reduce the usage,
Our resources aren't changing, so we can't continue to allow everyone to grow. I mean, we're not growing. I mean, we're not getting more. So as people decide to increase their programming, we have to understand that we are still confined by what resources we have.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
I think tapping into that, I think when we're looking at this, that the USTA, I think one of your charts show that there's been a growth, but we've also found that a majority of the USTA roster has not been a Palo Alto resident. You can have one or two people playing. So once this policy goes into effect, hopefully what will happen is that based on the 25%, that would mean that more courts should be available for residents to play. Because if the roster does not meet that 25% threshold, then they won't be allowed to reserve courts. Is that correct?
Right. So it's either going to mean we're going to have more available play for drop-in or more residents using the courts for USTA teams. To me, win-win. Sure. Like if it's more USTA teams with more residents on them, that's fine.
Right. But the other side of that, I think it goes back to what Commissioner Dean was saying, that we also need to make sure that we're putting together the specific metrics that, when you do come back to the PRC 9 months or a year from now, you have some really good data to show kind of whether or not there's been an increase in the number of residents who've been able to get on the tennis court, and also that the rosters have been able to, maybe now we have a 25% or 40% reduction in USTA play in Palo Alto because they didn't meet the 25% threshold. That means that they move on to some other city. It just means that our courts have become very popular, and it just means no one else has had kind of not having a limit on our system has made our system more attractive for people to be able to take advantage of it. So thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner, Vice Chair?
One more quick question. I'm not clear what defines a USTA team. We've set up penalty phases for a year or a lifetime ban. But what defines a team? Is it the team name? Is it the captain? Is it the roster? Is it the Palo Alto residents? I think we need to tighten that up.
Yeah, so you're right. I need to clear that up. I think what I was thinking is the individuals. So if at first it's the captain that they receive the penalty, but if they're on a team, they're also exposed to that issue or that removal of permit time. Sorry. So yeah, it will go down to the individuals on the team.
So it would be the Palo Alto residents on the team essentially, because those are the only people that would be involved with getting priority to.
Well, it could be a non-resident captain that then tries to join another team. Yeah.
So okay, so individuals involved. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it goes back to also being able to clearly define, maybe having a section that talks about defining these different labels that are used within the report, so it's very clear. Define the meaning so it's not vague. Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Who enforces it? We're gonna follow each one of the players to see what they're doing. That's kind of way too much work for stuff, and I don't know that you get any return on that level of investment.
So the level of enforcement, it'll be similar to fields. So we'll be able to check the rosters, right? That'll be kind of the first check of who's on each roster. And then oftentimes we just hear it from other teams or the community members who say, these people are out here, we're not seeing any of these Palo Alto residents, and then we can go check with specific teams. But with this policy and with fields, we are going to there's some level of community response that we'll have to gather to go after it. Because you're right, we're not out on every court. We can't be, it's impossible. So all we can do is get the information we have, check it to see that it's accurate, and then rely on other members of the community to let us know if there seems to be problems out there.
Okay, can we now put this up for a vote? Excuse me. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Adam, for.
Well, so we are for this item, we would like for the Parks and Recreation to recommend to the city manager approval of the proposed updates to the city's field and court usage policy. There was a lot of discussion this evening in terms of areas of clarity and redefining. So it sounds like there's still more work to be done. However, I think Adam has captured that. Is that something, Adam, how do you feel? Is that something that is everybody comfortable with moving based on what's captured? Because if we can incorporate those edits and move forward, I believe I heard the ad hoc, in addition to other members of the commission, that they're in full support, and it sounds like the substance is there. So if we can vote, if it's possible to at least vote tonight in regarding adding the residency requirement for the 25% of the USTA teams and reserve for this City of Palo Alto courts, and formalizing court access for the Palo Alto-based youth organizations during off-peak hours is what's being asked this evening.
So we're asking for a vote, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So if I could advise procedurally, the commission should only vote on an action that goes to city council for a decision. When the decision is, it's a recommendation to staff, it's simply a recommendation and it's not a formal vote.
Well, this is going to the city manager, right?
Correct, that is, but
But he still wants hear our recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to, I feel like in the past, we've been able to get the commission's vote out of a recommendation to send forward to city manager. That's what I believe we did with the fields. But
I have clarification. Yes, PRC can make a recommendation to the city manager. We confirmed that with the city attorney's office. So we are asking for a vote this evening.
Okay. Okay. I would like to put it out for a vote.
Can we clarify what we're voting on?
We're voting to approve the policy with the recommended language that we've discussed as a commission.
Does that include the edits and the 3 hours? And what else? Can you just tell us like what those changes include, please?
I think in regards to time, we can kind of highlight, but I think we're going to need to go back and rewatch. I know defining matches, defining USTA, labeling who captains, residency requirements, call out youth and adult, consistency within the policy.
Increasing the time to 3 hours.
Increasing the time to 3, I actually have it up to 3 hours.
Up to 3 hours, right.
Defining what qualifies as youth, I have in brackets,
Yeah.
city observed holidays. So adding that kind of language, that's still, there's some insurance requirements. I think this is just what I've been capturing during the meeting, so we will rewatch, but those are the changes that we will highlight. There's getting into kind of some of the semantics. I also wrote down must, a roster line 4 can be removed within the policy. So we'll just make sure that we capture all of that.
Okay. All right. Let's open it up for a vote, please.
The motion to approve needs this, who's doing the motion? It needs a second, doesn't it?
Do we have a motion to approve? Because I'll second it.
I'll make the motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Commissioner Deng?
Can we have some discussion on this?
Yeah, my discussion would be for sure that we need to extend the time limit to up to 3 hours. I think that's really important.
And so just to clarify, staff we're voting on a policy change that the staff's going to implement everything that we've talked about, but then it doesn't come back to the commission to review before it's
correct.
Okay. So I'm
That is correct. I'm just speaking into the record. Yes.
okay, so I'm just going to clarify that I will not be supporting this because I think that the changes are significant enough that they ought to be reviewed again by the commission. And I'm also not clear on this policy change where the commission is voting on a recommendation to the city manager, which hasn't happened intentionally in my tenure on the commission.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Flanagan.
I said up to 3 hours, but I'm not sure it doesn't need to be 3 hours. I mean, I haven't really looked at the language of the document. I was just responded to public comment. So it may be 3 hours without up to. I don't know.
You're saying you want to make it 3 hours versus up to?
I really don't know. I just was responding to people here, and I don't know if it should be up to or 3 hours. I really don't know. If it needs to be 3 hours and that's what they need, then do 3 hours without the up to.
I would suggest up to, just because a lot of the permits are not for 3 hours. So
Okay.
clearly people could do it.
So you're based not on historical data?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think up to would cover any anomalies. So, okay, thank you. So go ahead and open up for a vote.
Okay. There's a first and a second, and can we do roll call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Deng?
Abstain.
Commissioner Kleinhaus? Vice Chair?
Go
oh, sorry.
yes.
Go yes, okay. Vice Chair Greenfield?
No.
Chair Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs?
Yes.
And Commissioner Way?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can we get a clarification on the abstain, please?
Oh, yes. So it's motion carried. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 yes, 1 abstain. So 4, 1, 1.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Commissioner Dang, would you like to speak to your abstention?
Well, I mean, you have to vote or
So I'm not voting yes tonight, but I do think a updated policy could be a short-term relief to the current situation. But I really hope that we can finalize the details. So
So are you voting against or for or against one or the other?
I said I abstain. I think I cannot do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
permissible.
Okay. All right, so we have enough to record?
Yeah.
So moving on to the next agenda item?
Yes, please.
All right. So good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and fellow commissioners. My name is Sarah Robustelli. I'm the Division Manager for Open Space, Parks, and Golf, and the Project Manager for the turf study. This evening, I would also like to introduce Anthony Stevenson from Lloyd Consulting Group, who I will be presenting with this evening. Anthony, would you be able to introduce yourself?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Hey, Sarah. Hello, commissioners. I'm Anthony Stevenson. I'm a civil engineer and principal with Lloyd Consulting Group. We're a sports design firm. We're basically involved in planning and design of sports facilities throughout the U.S. And we're just one part of the study. We did assemble pretty much an international team of consultants, academic researchers. We've got team members ranging from Europe, North America, Australia. So really trying to look at this globally and as comprehensive within the scope or defined scope of the study as possible. A little background on the various team members, many of which who have provided independent consulting services to a range of organizations, such as FIFA, National Football League, Major League Baseball. They have also worked for a variety of collegiate institutions, school districts, and municipalities around the world. So that's a quick little background for the team that put this study together. So Sarah, back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Anthony. So this evening, staff is seeking the Parks and Recreation Commission feedback on the draft turf study. I would like to remind the commissioners and the public that this item was on last month's PRC agenda. However, it was too late in the evening for this item to be heard, and it was deferred to an upcoming meeting, which brings us to today. I'd also like to make clear up front that the draft turf study has not been edited since it was first published, and therefore the same report that was in your August packet is in today's packet. So on the upcoming slides, we will be reviewing background, timeline, and the turf study in detail. So let's get into it. If you can advance. So the City of Palo Alto Community Services Department manages natural as well as synthetic fields citywide. 4 synthetic fields at 3 specific locations. El Camino Park, there is 1. Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfield, there are 2. And Cubberley, there is also 1. The synthetic field at El Camino is at its end of life, and its lifespan requires a replacement. This CIP replacement for El Camino Park synthetic turf was included in the fiscal year 24 adopted capital budget. However, during the Finance Committee's meeting, May 21st of 2024, recommendation, the City Council directed that additional study be conducted to make an informed decision on future field selection. A study on environmental, health, safety, costs, and impacts of synthetic versus natural turf was incorporated into the fiscal year 25 budget. The replacement of El Camino Park synthetic turf was placed on hold pending the study's findings. A replacement of the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfield, is currently underway. This phased approach has helped maintain field availability while the study progresses. Cubberley is scheduled for fiscal year 28. And City Council has directed staff to pause the El Camino turf replacement project and redirected project funding for the turf study. Next slide. So the study's objectives is to evaluate the turf for athletic fields, focus on environmental and health considerations, costs, and usability. I want to also note that during this time frame, the Santa Clara County released a public health report in January of this year. The scope for this project was reduced and adjusted to incorporate the county's findings on environmental and health impacts. And this study is really focused on the outcomes for El Camino Park, and highlighting that a combination of staff and consultant expertise has provided a balanced approach with local knowledge and comprehensive analysis and best practices. The goal overall is to provide the City Council with the necessary data-driven needed to make an informed decision about future field installations and renovations. The report covers the following information. There is an intro, a background, there's community and user feedback, data collection, analysis, turf overview. There's natural grass and synthetic turf systems that's covered, athletic field playability and carrying capacity, natural turf grass and synthetic turfs, as well as hybrids are covered. Life cycle costs, capital improvements, maintenance, as well as conversion costs. There's a chapter on health hazards and another chapter on environmental impact. There's some benchmarking, as well as our focus group of El Camino Park. Next slide. So this slide should be familiar. This is our turf study project slide that we are working our way through. So this project, all the check marks indicate what has been completed. All the stars are where there have been touch points with the Parks and Rec Commission. And today we are currently in that earmark, or where the arrows are. And there's intent to discuss, solicit your feedback this evening, and then we will come back next meeting for a vote. And that vote will also be taken to City Council and presented at their November 17th meeting. So just to also recap, during this project, we have solicited direct feedback from 3 focus groups. That took place in July. Those 3 focus groups included the ad hoc from this PRC, the Plain Fields ad hoc, the user groups, as well as the Sierra Club. We've also, released the draft report. We solicited feedback from the public, engaging anybody for comment from August 13th through September 24th. I can report out that we had 24 submissions through the portal, and there were a few additional follow-ups via email. So right about, I would say, around 30 public comments and feedback through that line item for the community engagement comment period on the draft report. And that takes us really to where we are today, soliciting your feedback. So we can advance the next slide. And this will take us to Anthony, if you can take it from here.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. So I'm going to take a few minutes to kind of summarize the key points of the study. I mean, there's a lot of information in it, and I applaud anyone that was able to make it through at least once, if not twice. I don't want to repeat the scope that Sarah had presented, but fairly comprehensive, touching on a lot of different components and aspects of playing fields and the different products, materials, operational and maintenance considerations. So let's go to the next slide. So the item we want to jump into here first is playability and carrying capacity. And this is definitely really defines the method and how we go about determining the type of field service we're going to go after. And so this study, we did review 5 different field profiles. So everything from native natural grass fields, which is pretty much prevalent through the city, to more high performance sand-based fields, like something you might see at Levi's or Division I colleges. We also looked at synthetic turf and the various types of synthetic turf, and then also the hybrid systems. And so hybrid systems, they've kind of come and gone, and they've through the years, and they are basically a combination of natural grass and synthetic turf. So essentially what they'll do is they'll take a performance natural grass system with a sand root zone, usually a drainage system, and then they will actually stitch in synthetic turf fibers to varying depths, usually to 6 to 9 inches. And so the goal of this is to provide really better playability, better footing for certain grass types. So like, for instance, in Europe, they tend to play on juvenile rye or ryegrass, which might not have all of the shear strength and performance that the clubs want. And so they will stitch with synthetic turf to increase that stability. So you'll see this next summer with FIFA World Cup. You'll see a lot of these, what we call stitched or hybrid fields. They're not very prevalent domestically in many markets. I think there might be 1 or 2 professional fields nationwide that have this. We tend not to see them in municipal settings, especially at the Parks and Rec level. It's kind of a different animal. You essentially inherit both some of the benefits and then a lot of the drawbacks that you would from synthetic turf. So anyway, so we haven't seen those adopted at this level, at the municipal level, for a variety of reasons. So I'll try to summarize this as clearly as I can. So generally, when we look at the methodology of how we kind of quantify carrying capacity, we're generally going to set these use thresholds, which are basically hours per year kind of ranges. And so like our native cool season grass fields like we see here in the city, we're generally in the 400 to 600 hours per year. And I don't want to get too granular on how you split that up, et cetera, but that's kind of generally what we see. I think other publications support that as well. And then with the synthetic turf fields, the use isn't unlimited, but generally we're seeing anywhere between 1,500, 2,000 to 3,000 hours on synthetic turf fields. So they're generally much more durable, obviously, than natural grass is. So when we start defining carrying capacity and how many fields or what's the equivalent from synthetic to natural, it's a fairly easy equation. So if we say, hey, a synthetic turf field is getting, we'll just say 2,000 hours per year, and the equivalent cool season native soil field is, say, getting 500 or can maintain 500 hours per year, you just divide 2,000 divided by 500, it gives you 4. So that's 4 fields. So in that instance, it'd be a 4-to-1 ratio. So 1 synthetic turf field can replace 4 natural grass fields. Now there's definitely variability. The carrying capacity varies per field. And there's a lot of different variables that influence, and I believe the Santa Clara County Medical Association study mentioned that as well. So those numbers can fluctuate, but whether that is a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 ratio really is field dependent. But I think ultimately synthetic turf fields can accommodate a lot more use than their natural grass counterparts. And we have to be careful too. There's a lot of variability, or much more variability, in natural grass systems than there are synthetic turf systems. And so like a sand-based high-profile field you might see at a Division I college or a professional venue can accommodate a lot more hours. There's significant cost to build those and significant cost to maintain those as well. And they're usually using a different turf type, like they're using a warm season turf, which you can get a lot more hours out of a warm season turf than you can a cool season turf. So just want to make sure that we're talking apples to apples here. So that's kind of the general synopsis of carrying capacity and playability. I'm sure you have questions which we can get to at the end of the presentation. So let's go to the next slide. All right. This is an interesting slide. When we start talking about cost and really life cycle cost. And so a lot of times we'll do a 20-year period, just seeing what these fields cost per hour use. And so we put together some cost estimates from our local knowledge, as well as some other data. And so there are some assumptions here. One, we're assuming a 20-year period. And then two, we're assuming fields are at their carrying capacity. So for instance, a synthetic turf field, we're assuming 2,000 hours use in these calculations, and then the natural grass varies obviously depending on the type, and anywhere from say 500 to 1,000 hours of use for the higher end fields. And so we're generally seeing that a synthetic turf field, if you're using it for 2,000 hours a year, cost you about $80 an hour to use, whereas a natural grass field can cost you upwards of $179 to over $200 a field, depending on the field profile. And then hybrids, which we mentioned before, are generally the most expensive per hour to use, just because you're building a really expensive natural grass field, and then you're also spending a lot of money to stitch in synthetic. And you could generally, I mean, I think the argument is still there whether you can get more use hours or not. But if you could, it's not substantial like a full synthetic turf field can be. So let's go to the next slide. All right, environmental and health impacts. So really the scope of our study, as Sarah mentioned, was reviewing what the county had put together. We did add a little, I guess we couldn't resist and had we added a little bit more information to essentially expand on the county study. We had a lot of consultants and researchers involved with this, and so we didn't want to withhold any information if at all possible. So we wanted to make it as comprehensive as possible. But as far as environmental and health impacts, just in general, natural grass fields tend to, there's a lot of benefits to them, obviously, but there are some drawbacks when we look at just the water use, potential chemical use for fertilization, herbicides, pesticides, et cetera. But the chemical use is really dependent on management practices. I know the city of Palo Alto has established some practices which limit or reduce the chemical use. So it's not as prevalent within the city itself. But then the last item is you're gonna, regardless if you're using natural or chemical fertilizers, you're gonna release organics into the environment. So you get organics into waterways, algae blooms, things like that. We see that on localized facilities when we do water capture. Those fertilizers, et cetera, will flush through to some degree, and if it's flushing into a pond, we'll see algae blooms and things like that. So the pond water has to be managed. As far as the synthetic, there is really the current attention, at least what we're seeing in industry with synthetics, is really centered around microplastics, and that includes nanoplastics as well. And that comes in two forms. One, crumb rubber infill is classified as part of those, as well as the fiber. So with a synthetic turf field, you're going to have some level of fiber loss from that field over the life of it, and it can make its way into the environment. And then also PFAS, which have claimed a lot of attention, probably the last 12 to 18 months. That's really hot at this point. And then obviously disposal. How are these fields being disposed of? Are they going to a landfill? Are they being repurposed as something else? Are they being transformed into another product? So I know we're trying to keep up, be in the forefront of what's going on and how the industry is adapting, but they are definitely making changes, especially in Europe on the microplastics, et cetera. And then last, real quick on the hybrid systems, I mean, you kind of get the best of both worlds, and then also the drawbacks as well. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So here's getting a little more detail on the microplastics and PFAS that we discussed. And so microplastics, we see the crumb rubber, the black rubber infill. If anyone's ever walked on a field, I'm sure it ends up in your pant leg or shoes and socks, and might migrate with you into your car, into the environment in your home. And so that's definitely probably a really big number. And we get pretty somewhat granular in the report on kind of what we're seeing as far as percentages of the infill versus fibers that are getting into the environment. But infill is definitely a big one. The rubber's not attached to anything; it's essentially free floating, so much easier to attach to something and leave the field. The second is the fibers themselves. You might get a little bit attaching to yourself through static, but it's usually more infill. And so where we are seeing fibers leave the field is usually through grooming and sweeping. So we're running brushes and brooms and sweepers over the field. Any loose or deleterious fibers are going to be removed, swept in a bin, hopefully put in a waste container, and then trucked off for disposal. And then last but not least, there is some environmental factors, rain, wind. It's probably the lesser of the two, but it's definitely a factor in how these items migrate. So just addressing the first one, I think crumb rubber is an issue. You don't see much crumb rubber just in the region in general. We're seeing alternate infills or natural infills. And so really a big step that the community or the city can do to reduce that migration is put in natural infills. So there's a ton of different products out there, from walnut shell to cork to coconut, all kinds of things that have been in the industry. They're tried, true, and tested. They cost a little bit more money to put in, a little more to maintain, but the general performance is very favorable with those systems. And so they're becoming more and more prevalent in the industry. I know the Tennessee Titans installed a kind of cork coconut field a few years ago in their stadium, and I know other teams have similar products at their training facility. So it's even making its way into professional sports. PFAS is very, very new. I'd like to say it's still maybe being studied, at least for what thresholds or safe thresholds should be considered. And so we're seeing kind of terms thrown out there like PFAS reduced, PFAS free, which can be a little bit ambiguous. Really, I don't know that right now there's been any minimum PFAS, thresholds put on turf or other consumer products. And I know this changes very quickly, but at least that's in our experience. So when folks are saying, hey, we can reduce PFAS or go PFAS free, is that zero, or is it some minimum threshold set by an institution like EPA, et cetera? I can tell you, though, that the carpet industry, which is associated with the turf industry, a lot of times they're made in the same plants and by similar equipment. The carpet industry is definitely trending to remove PFAS from carpet, and I know the turf industry is trending there as well. So it's really new. It's in its infancy. I know the turf companies are reacting to PFAS, and some of them are reducing PFAS or removing it from their manufacturing process. It doesn't mean that it's void of PFAS, because PFAS can make its way into many things as a byproduct. But ultimately, your synthetic turf, you guys can test it. You can send it out and see what the PFAS levels are in that turf as well. So let's keep going to the next slide. Maintenance and operations. This goes for both natural grass and synthetic turf. There was, I mean, a decade ago, I think there was probably the old adage that synthetic turf didn't need to be maintained. It's not true, obviously, as you're probably well aware. But generally, the city follows what we consider as industry standards, kind of best management practices for both synthetic and natural grass. And that includes just basic maintenance practices, irrigation, mowing, overseeding, aeration. Now, the city has adopted an integrated pest management, IPM, practice, which kind of limits what kind of fertilizers, pest and disease management products you can use. And so it does impact kind of the effectiveness of the management practices. Some of these products work pretty well, like on the fertilizer side. It takes a little more product, and you have to be a little more in tune of what kind of organic fertilizer you're getting. The effectiveness for like pest and disease control, which can be prevalent in cool season turf, is still under study, and probably not as good as the chemicals and synthetics that are out there. And I think that holds true for a lot of products, whether it's dishwasher soap or cleaning detergent and things like that. But ultimately, the maintenance, it's dynamic. It really needs to adjust given the circumstances for each individual field, how it's being used, what the season is like that year, if it's heavy rain or low rain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I have met with maintenance field managers and been able to understand how they go about maintaining these fields, et cetera. So there's always room for improvement. That usually comes in the form of dollars and additional budget, like most things. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so we did receive some community input, mostly led by city staff, but we were able to review some of the documentation. And so this is probably a gross generalization on kind of what we heard, and this is generally what we hear in other municipalities and clients. Sports organizations, they tend to favor synthetic turf at the recreation level. It's more consistent. They can get more hours on the field, et cetera. The environmental stakeholders, they tend to emphasize natural grass. They want to reduce plastic use, maintain stormwater quality, et cetera. And then residents, if they are communicating, it kind of can be a little bit mixed, but generally more in between. Let's match the best surface for the intended use of the field, which from our review, I think the city of Palo Alto has done a pretty good job doing that. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so El Camino Park is, we did do more of a deep dive into that. And as Sarah mentioned, the field is at its end of life use. And so it is, we visited it. So we went out there and took a look at it. It's a heavily used field. There's a lot of program on that field. And so we don't see any issue with, we don't see any reason for not replacing that with synthetic turf. And if that is the case, and that's the direction the city moves forward, you can always consider doing alternate infills, which I think the city already has done with natural products, as well as limitations to the PFAS that is contained in the synthetic turf. There are best practices coming out of Europe to reduce microplastic intrusion into the environment. And a lot of times the domestic design here addresses a lot of those items. So we're not seeing a lot of open storm grates where stormwater can take infill and loose turf fibers and discharge it into waterways. We're seeing, so in the case of El Camino, and I think the other synthetic turf fields in the city. We're seeing infiltration systems where the water is infiltrating through the backing, through some type of permeable aggregate base into a storm system. And so you're generally not going to see a lot of fibers or rubber make it through that system. Now, if you get a big deluge and there's some flooding, you can see some of that product transfer, or it still does transfer on shoes and pants and things like that. So it does find its way into the environment to some degree. If we can go to the next slide. So general recommendations of the study, and I'm sure these will be refined a little bit as we get further feedback from the commissioners and others. But generally, what we see is, hey, put in synthetic turf at high use fields, high capacity fields, and then your lower capacity fields. Natural grass is a great option, even native soil natural grass. And like I said before, the city's done a pretty good job of that. If you look at the high use fields with tons of program, especially adult program, you're seeing those fields are synthetic turf. Understanding the environmental health impacts, we can prioritize the PFAS reduced products. Now it's easy to say, but we're going to have to assign some level of threshold to what that is, or rely on other organizations to help us define what that is. We can switch out to natural, essentially non-plastic infills, and then also products which can be transformed, reused at the end of the life. There's companies now that are basically taking synthetic turf, and they're I believe it's through mechanical processing, they're turning it into basically plastic products, whether it's benches, the nailer board we use around the field, or like header boards that would replace railroad ties, things like that for berming, et cetera. So they're coming out with all kinds of products, so that the synthetic turf is not going into a landfill. They are trying to work through chemical processing, which is still, I think it's still being explored and validated. So I know there's a couple companies that are working through those processes. If we want to look at increasing the performance of our natural grass fields, we can always engage an agronomist, so like an expert in that field that can review the practices and make adjustments, especially with IPM management practices. There's definitely some nuances to that and how we maintain those fields. That's a little bit different than a field that if you're using synthetic and chemical fertilizers and products. And then the next item is there are some higher demand natural grass fields. And so we can cue in on those. And if we did want to prioritize some capital investment in those, we kind of consider it, maybe you make a couple of those high use fields showcase fields. So they're going to get more of the maintenance dollars, right? Or even additional dollars to spruce those fields up, make them a little bit nicer, get a little better carrying capacity out of them. And then some of the lower profile fields that might receive less use, maybe they don't need all the maintenance that they're getting. So kind of reallocating resources. And then obviously we want to continue feedback from the community, right? So your user groups tend to change. They have different leagues, different use patterns, et cetera. So as long as you're communicating with them, you can understand what's working or where you might need to modify in the coming seasons. And then, which is coupled with injury rates. I don't know that we obtain injury rates from some of those organizations. I know some of them do track, but it's very helpful, especially if we do get granular and we start looking at some level of performance testing, especially for our natural grass fields, where we can establish those upper limits of the carrying capacity and then relate that to the proposed field program. So I think that's the last slide. I think so. Yep. So that's the conclusion. I know, like I said, it was hard to summarize a lot of information in that study, but I'd like to turn it back over to Sarah.
So this concludes our staff presentation. We're happy to turn it over to the commission and, clarifying questions. Obviously, I believe there's public comment too.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Want to acknowledge the thoughtful and collaborative work behind this turf study, produced by city staff, consultants, and our community partners. I thought it provided a sort of a strong foundation for responsible decision making, especially as we consider the future of El Camino Park and the broader field system wide. So at this point, I'd like to see if the commission has any clarifying questions as it relates to the report before we go to public comments. Mr. Kleinhaus.
One question. The analysis was based on a 20-year modeling, but the park needs replacement after 10 years. How long is the life cycle for, and I remember that for the other turf over on El Camino and the ones that are replaced now, that also did not last 20 years. Do any of our parks actually last, the plastic turf actually last 20 years?
So Anthony, I'll start, and then maybe if you can explain the modeling 20-year. Typically, we're seeing a 8 to 10 years in terms of our field and when we're timing replacements. And I'll ask Anthony if you want to chime in.
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Commissioner, the usually, so your warranty for the turf usually expires between 8 to 10 years, depending on the product and system you purchase. But generally, the life of the turf is anywhere between 8 to 12 years, I believe Sarah had mentioned. I mean, there are the circumstances where there's turf out there that's 15, 16 years old, but generally, that's few and far between. As far as the life cycle cost, we tend to do a 20-year program, which covers essentially 2 replacements of synthetic turf, as well as a few renovations to the natural grass field. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's we'd like to look at a larger time horizon than just a quick 10-year, because you can't get the full grasp of the all the associated costs when you look at it in a very short time frame.
So how many replacements did you model for El Camino Park?
So in 20 years, you're going to have 2 replacements.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wei.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anthony, for the very detailed outline and also the recommendations. So for the last slides, was looking at the PFAS reduced products. Understand in California, there's what's so-called PFAS free, which is defined as under 100 ppm total organic fluorines. Do we use that? That's the California Safety Code 108945. Do we use that as a benchmark to have so-called PFAS free products, especially for children's playground? And also I see a lot of wood mushes are used nowadays for children's playground. It's more health concern versus environmental concern.
Sure. Commissioner, as far as I would want to look at that code and just make sure it's applicable to the synthetic turf industry. And I do apologize. I should have brushed up on that before today's meeting. But before I get back to you, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to take a look at that and just make sure it's applicable. But it's probably fairly reasonable to me, but I would definitely want to do a little research before I gave you a definitive yes or no.
Yeah, I understand California is also proposing a law AB 1423 for banning artificial turf, and especially those with intentionally added PPAS, like more than 20 ppm starting 2026. So I just want to bring that into consideration.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll as a follow-up, reach out to you and make sure we coordinate.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So I have, the report recommends GMAX testing for synthetic fields. How frequently, I guess, would staff conduct these tests, and would this be incorporated into a broader safety monitoring protocol?
Sure. Sarah, do you want me to respond?
Sure. I know we're currently already GMAX testing. It's something that we do regularly. And we have sometimes we test with a third party. We also have a GMAX tester ourselves. So we're able to conduct the testing whenever we feel is necessary. But I believe we're currently testing annually.
Okay, but are these thresholds in place for like triggering or remediation or field closure? That's something.
Correct. So that if the GMAX testing is passable or there needs to be repairs that can be it's showcased with the testing.
Okay.
And Anthony, if you have anything else to add, feel free.
Well said, Sarah. The GMAX is usually done on an annual basis. It's fairly common. And yet the ASTM does dictate maximum GMAX. NFL does as well. And the synthetic turf companies within your 8 or 10-year warranty warranty the GMAX as well. So if it exceeds that, then the remediation will generally occur, especially if it's under warranty. Now the older fields we would see kind of getting close to GMAX thresholds, or sometimes in some instances even exceeding. But the newer field systems are designed to have much better GMAX in the long run. And so, because a lot of these fields now have pads, and so the pad manufacturers will warranty the pad or your turf system. If their pad is on the turf system for GMAX will be warranted for over 20 years. So it definitely is. It's still a concern, Commissioner, but much less of a concern with the newer turf systems that are on the market today.
Okay, but you're saying that that's something that we've always been doing, and as the fields get older, does the frequency of testing ramp up? And if so, has that been something that we have seen in the last 5-7 years as our fields are getting to the point of the end of life?
Sure. Go ahead, Sarah.
Go ahead. I would just say, I know our parks managers are staying on top of that. So if there are any additional concerns, that's why so we could test more regularly, we actually purchase the equipment in-house. So I think the short answer is yes, we're able to test more frequently because now we own a tester ourselves.
Okay, and that was actually going to be my next question, was the field strategies, asking whether or not our public works or parks maintenance team have the staffing level, training, and equipment needed to support the proposed increase in the turf. And it sounds like they do, right? Or will have.
I think to some of Anthony and the report's recommendations, there are ways to augment with an agronomist and, strategize on how we are maintaining specific fields. But I think I'm a believer there's always room for improvement.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to public comments.
We currently have 4 people for public comments, 2 in person and 2 via Zoom.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 3 via Zoom, sorry. Our first public commenter is Rohiso B. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo, and I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I'm also the executive director for both Palo Alto Soccer Club and Silicon Valley Soccer Academy. A little bit about us. We are the largest youth soccer organization in the peninsula, with over 2,000 kids aged 5 to 18 years old. 76% of our members are Palo Alto residents. Also, as an organization, we give out about $200,000 in scholarship every year for players in need. We also employ 63 people in our club, and we have a little over 100 volunteers in our organization. Turf fields are a critical part of our daily operation. We use turf fields daily from 4 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. during the weekdays, and from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. over the weekend. The ability to access lighter turf fields is the only way you can continue to meet the needs of a Palo Alto community. With more housing development in Palo Alto and more families moving to town, the demand for outdoor playing spaces has only increased. I believe that rather than reduce opportunities, we should work together to expand access to high-quality fields and parks in Palo Alto. I would like to ask the Parks and Rec not to consider turning our community field back to grass, as it will take away valuable outdoor playing time from the kids and your organization and the community, especially during the winter months. As you guys know, it gets dark early. The grass fields, most of the grass fields are closed during the winter, so totally limit what we do, and so that's a big pushback. Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pete C.
Hi there, Commission. I'm Pete Chen. I'm the Regional Commissioner for the local chapter of Palo Alto AYSO Youth Soccer Program. We're a smaller program than Palo Alto Soccer Club. We run about 400 to 500 kids every year, starting from ages about 4 through 16. We similarly support the same goals of providing quality fields for youth soccer. In Palo Alto, we are also feeling resource stretched. We do support the findings of the turf study that we would like to increase usage of turf fields. In fact, our utilization these days, we run about 60 to 80 hours a week during season of field time. About 25% of our field use is actually spilling over into the school system. So we utilize JLS in elementary school, so that those are even being moved off, presently being moved off of the Parks and Recreation Commission oversight. So we support. Again, we support the findings. We want to make sure that we can provide safe and comfortable resources for our kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Sue Chow, and I am a Palo Alto resident. So I would like to say that the Lloyd consultant study that this staff report was based on omitted a very important subject. organically managed grass fields, many of which are able to provide plenty of hours of playtime. It seems like this important topic was intentionally overlooked because it does not support the pro-artificial turf bias of the study. Artificial turf vendors frequently claim that one artificial turf field is equivalent to 4 natural grass fields regarding playable hours. But this assertion is strongly disputed by not only environmentalists, but also by independent studies, field management experts, etc. Okay, Springfield, Massachusetts, since adopting an organic management program in 2014, Springfield has doubled the number of park properties in its program and has observed increased recreational use due to the improved condition of its organically managed grass fields. Heidelberg Park in Heidelberg, Pennsylvania, this field is organically managed and receives heavy usage for soccer, football, cricket, and softball practices by local children. Scheduled practices amount to about 21 hours per week through the spring, summer, and fall, plus extensive open play and special events. And then there's Denison University in Ohio. Denison's rebuilt and organically managed natural grass varsity field now supports uninterrupted play, even after rain, with no cancellations, attracting requests from visiting teams for matches on the field. I think the pro-artificial turf bias in the consultant study and hence in this staff report is so egregious that Palo Alto city officials should seriously consider doing a much more objective study, one that includes critical information about organically managed natural grass fields. And it should be a study that does not grossly exaggerate the advantages of artificial turf. Finally, if artificial turf is a foregone conclusion in Palo Alto, I urge you to follow the example of a number of East Coast cities that have posted warning signs about the toxicity of artificial turf. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, along with the EPA and the Consumer Product Safety Commission, have recommended that cities post informational warning signs at artificial turf fields. These signs typically advise hand washing after play, avoiding eating or contaminating containers with turf dust, especially to reduce lead exposure risk. And there is lead and other toxic heavy metals in the grass blades. So the toxic substance.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Claire E.
Sorry, it took me a minute to see the unmute. My name is Claire Elliott. I assume you can hear me now?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. I am a Palo Alto resident and I've worked in the environmental field for 40 years, 20 as an environmental engineer studying water quality and 20 as an ecologist working on biodiversity and making healthy ecosystems. And I am very concerned about the study. I thought the presentation was a little more balanced tonight than the study was, but I was very disturbed to see that the stakeholder group included 11 sports group and 1 environmental group. And it also was really confusing about carrying capacity. Some places saying 3 to 4 grass fields to replace 1 synthetic, then 6 or 7 when it talked about if you went to grass with El Camino. Then there's a table of use, which was confusing because it said that JLS grass fields see 3,000 hours per year, and Coverly, which is synthetic, 4,500. So that's only 50% more. So you'd need 1.5 grass fields. Maybe the grass fields at JLS were in terrible condition, but they were being apparently used 3,000. I don't know, maybe I read the table wrong, but that's what I saw. Then my biggest issues are around water. Water is used to clean and to cool the fields. So when the dog park at Boulware Park was replaced with AstroTurf, was filled with AstroTurf, they were watering about half hour a day until I called and said, why are you doing this twice a day? So water use can be high, water quality impacts are really high, with the synthetic turfs because of the microplastics that include things like the product they call EnviroFill, which is a plastic coated sand that they're using at our local park Boulware. And it also often has microban, which is a product called triclosan, which is also very toxic. And then we're not talking cradle to grave. We've talked a little bit about grave, what's happening to these products when they're done, but we haven't talked about the cradle impact. So all of the people working in the plastic field, there are lots of studies showing that people producing plastics are subject to any number of cancers and neurotoxicity, decreased fertility. Plastic recyclers, the same thing. So, do we really want to be responsible for these impacts on people and the environment for more playing time? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cynthia F.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Cynthia Fan. I want to start by saying that I so appreciate that the city solicited public feedback on this draft report. A large volume of detailed, constructive input was submitted, and I encourage you to review it carefully. If you haven't yet done so, after today's meeting, please review the comment packet that was just added to today's agenda under item 4 just this afternoon. Okay, so the reason I'm here is to ask that you make 2 requests of staff. Number 1, that the next version of the report include an appendix with point-by-point responses to the public feedback. And number 2, that if substantial revisions are made to the report, that the city circulate the revised draft for another round of public comment before the report returns to you. Otherwise, we won't have adequate time to review it and respond, and you won't have time to consider our input before making your recommendation to council. Here's just one example why this matters. The draft report concludes that removing synthetic turf at El Camino would require 6 to 8 new grass fields. That conclusion is not supported in the report by clear data. The report claims El Camino's synthetic field is used over 4,000 hours a year. Yet when I added up the 2024 reservations found in the report's appendix, I came up with less than half that figure. So if the real number is indeed closer to 2,000 hours per year that I calculated, then replacing El Camino synthetic turf with grass would not require building any new fields because grass can support that level of use, which brings up another point. Case studies submitted to the city show natural grass fields in other jurisdictions sustaining more than 2,000 hours annually. Yet the report assumes Palo Alto grass fields can only handle a quarter of that, about 500 hours. The report provides no case study to back up that meager 500 hours. And without substantiated evidence, how do we know that number comes from a field that was built and consistently managed with the goal of maximizing durability? So those are just 2 examples. Again, my larger point is that this report raises a lot of questions that need answering, and I strongly urge you to ensure those questions get answered clearly and transparently before recommending this report to council. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Okay, I want to thank all the speakers for your public comments. We'll now move it on to the commission. So we had an ad hoc. Ad hoc members, I'm sorry, Commissioner 1. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with the ad hoc members.
Well, there's a lot to say about this report. Certainly, we've been at it, it feels like, for a long time. I think Vice Chair Greenfield will agree with me, probably 5 years or so. While this report wasn't in the making, we've been talking about this for a very long time. I think there's a couple of things I want to say. First of all, Palo Alto has a lot of fields, and we have to remember that they're public fields. They're not Stanford University fields. They're not San Jose State fields. They're public fields that the public expects to play on, and they're really precious, whether they're grass or whether they're turf synthetic fields. I think that the report helps to see the amount of people that are using the fields and playing on the fields and the numbers. And I know that Vice Chair and I both have some comments about the hours and the usage and all of that, but the fact that we're starting to really see how the fields are used and how important fields are, and the maintenance and the careful the care of the grass fields and the synthetic fields are really, really, really important. And there's a lot of experts out there that can help the park department do an even better job. I continue to hope that our technology moves along so that the synthetic fields will have, somebody will create something that doesn't have stuff that bothers people. I think that would be something that we could really, really get to. And I know that's probably a pipe dream, but I think it's important that the technology moves along. So having said that in general, I think that the report is a really good start, but I think there's some things that need to be added and some questions that need to be answered. And so can you talk a little bit about the process? Because I know that the report that we're looking at now has not been updated or really edited. And so what's your thoughts, Sarah, about the timeline?
So the timeline, thank you for that, Commissioner Krebs.
Sure.
So correct, this report is in draft form. The thought process and what we've walked out is we will come back at your next commission meeting for a vote. That vote will be a final document. That final document will be will have an appendix in it, and it will, that appendix will address or have a comment based on the public comments that were solicited, provided. So there'll be essentially like a spreadsheet, and it will say updated, or it will say noted, it will have a comment to every feedback that was submitted, in addition to the comments this evening.
So the comments from our last meeting and the questions from public comment today will be included in that, along with the other comments that have come in on the website.
Correct.
And other places. And is there still time for people to do public comment, or is that been extended, or is it closed?
The public comment is completed. However, we're taking essentially public comment today as well, but primarily through the commission. So we're soliciting your feedback specifically on the draft report so it can be tailored, edited, and brought back in a final format at your next meeting. That will then, based on, you'll vote on the recommendation at your next meeting, and that will then be brought to City Council and discussed at their November 17th meeting.
And just to clarify, of course, the public would be able to comment at the meeting next month based on the final report that we would be voting on. So,
that is correct.
Okay, so there will be public comment at the next meeting. And
like any meeting.
Yes, like any meeting, but I guess I want to be clear, tonight's comments will be tailored in the report. However, there will be, like any public meeting, time for comment. However, that will not be tailored into the final report. We can include verbiage in the staff report that goes along with it, but yeah.
Would you include the comments, the written comments that come in? Would those also be included in the report?
Sorry for.
No, written comments that would just come in before at the next meeting.
Oh,
Are you asking between now and then?
now and
If
then,
there are
yes.
written comments?
Yeah.
I didn't think so.
I don't know. There won't be time to do that. It's this evening.
Kind of similar question.
What-
Yeah, sorry.
Commissioner Griff's still.
Okay, so I will stop for now, but I think I have some other comments, but Vice Chair?
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate your comments. I think it's a, first I want to thank staff and I want to thank Anthony for being with us this evening. Really appreciate your expertise and insights to provide more information between the lines. It helps a lot. Appreciate the depth and the breadth of the study. I'm in general agreement with the study findings and the recommendations. I don't think there's anything that's surprising that's coming out of it, but it's appreciated to get things clarified comprehensively, and I think it is important for the community for the report's findings to be credible and to be understood. There have been a number of remarks by members of the public in terms of the organic fields, both at the meeting this evening and last month. And I understand the staff will be providing feedback on that, but I'm wondering if staff or Mr. Stevenson has any comments specifically regarding that to share at this time.
Anthony, are you able to address that?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in, Commissioner. It's a good question. I know there was some public comment about that as well as some of these fields achieving 2,000-3,000 hours of use of these natural grass fields. I mean, they could exist. Frankly, the city currently has natural grass fields that exceed the thresholds that are in this study. With that being said, you have to be able to quantify it some way. And so these fields that have these 2,000-3,000 hours, like how are they performing? Are they dropping Clegg hammers to test hardness? Are they in reasonably safe thresholds? We design a lot of natural grass fields around the country, both at a recreation level and at the highest performance levels. And I don't maintain the fields, but we spend time with the folks that do. And I think trying to obtain 2,000 hours out of even a high performance field and maintain reasonable safety and performance thresholds, I think is a very difficult thing to do. I haven't seen all the fields out there, but in my 20 plus years of experience, I haven't seen it. And like I said, we've talked about this with a large team. We've got professors, we've got researchers, we've got other consultants, and it's not like we pulled these numbers out of thin air. And so if there was a magic recipe for a natural grass field that could achieve that, I mean, we would be the first to show you guys that. And I would probably be a very busy engineer designing these fields that can achieve this type of use.
Thank you. I can't help but observe that the fields that were mentioned as examples have a significantly different climate than we have here, and it seems to make it's harder, makes it even harder to envision those kind of numbers given our climate.
Sure, and Commissioner, if I could add one more item, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, is there's a lot of variability in natural grass fields, turf cultivars, profile, irrigation systems, chemicals, synthetic products they're using, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so trying to compare an apples to apples system can be difficult. And frankly, if me or one of my counterparts could design a field that could take 2,000 or 3,000 hours of use in Palo Alto, we would definitely do it. But if you asked me to do it and required me to do it contractually, I would probably pass on that project. So I'll just leave you with that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Also, at the last meeting, there were some comments by someone from company Tenkate talking about some more advancements in synthetic turf fields that were more environmentally friendly than perhaps what we're looking to put in at Mayfield right now, and perhaps considering for El Camino. Are you familiar with this? And looking to get expertise to assess the public comments, help us understand it.
Sure. So, Commissioner, I think the product that Tenkate is talking about, I believe they sell it through their Greenfields brand, is called Pivot Turf. And it is essentially like a kind of a high density turf that does not require infill or might require some sand ballast at best. And so it's a fairly new product. I have spoken to the researchers that developed the product. It's really interesting. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other on it. I guess my opinion is kind of time will tell to see how this product makes its way into the marketplace and to see how it performs. If it's something that the city is interested in evaluating, I'd be happy, or I'm sure one of their other consultants would be happy to sit down and kind of walk them through at least their view of those systems. But so I know I'm probably not answering your question, but I think it's an interesting product. It's new on the market. So I don't have, I mean, I can look at some of the testing that they've done in Europe, but it hasn't been around long enough with use in municipalities like yourself for me to say, hey, yeah, this is a great option or not.
And I can just add, when the city was considering Mayfield renovation of the turf replacement, we did evaluate Pivot. We went to John Mize Field, which is in the city of San Jose. We spoke to their maintenance team. We spoke to their capital team. The site visit, we thought the pile height was much higher and it felt a lot different. In terms of playability, we thought would be impacted. We also got a cost estimate. It happened to be a significantly higher price than and because it was also a fairly new product, this was a product that was also named in the Santa Clara County report. So that's why we definitely did our due diligence and looked into it. It does have an increased fiber content, as Anthony mentioned. So increase in microplastics for the density of the pile height, and we ended up not going with that product for Mayfield.
Thank you. That's helpful. I know that field's located right next to Mitty High School, which uses it as their overflow field and regularly.
Yes.
Thank you. So looking at the numbers, I know that the Santa Clara County study had come up with a ratio of roughly 3.5 to 1 for synthetic turf versus natural grass. This study has numbers that are considerably higher, like close to double that, 7 to 1. So some members of the public had questioned that the calculus on that, and in looking at some of the numbers, it seems like half fields and full fields usage are all considered the same. There doesn't seem to be consideration of how many people or how many teams are actually using a half field or a full field. So getting back to the goal of making sure we're credible with our numbers, is there any further thought on what if El Camino Park were converted to natural grass, how many natural grass fields are we looking at needing?
Sure. Sarah, do you want me to jump in?
Yes, please.
Okay. Actually, Commissioner, two good questions. So in the study, there's a, I think we had a general statement that generally synthetic turf can take the place of 3 to 4 natural grass fields. As far as El Camino, I think this came up in our quality control process over the last few weeks, and I think it came up in a few of the public comments as well that were documented. The hours at El Camino, unfortunately, were overstated. I think we put in 4,300. It's actually 2,700 hours, and that's considering half field use as a full field hour. If we discounted that and just said, hey, half field is half field, that would bring it down to, it was like almost 2,000 or slightly under 2,000 hours. And so that really equates to that 3 to 4 ratio, or even 3.5 as the county study suggested. With that being said, on the, I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here, but as far as the whether a half field or full field is rented, it's less of a concern for us, because whether your team is using the full field or just half field, you still have the team on the field. And so preferably, we'd rather see the full field be used, because you're going to get better distribution over the surface, whether it's synthetic turf or natural grass. And so when you do half field use, you're just getting more localized use on a half a field. Now, if it was a half team rental, or just half the team came out, then that's something we could definitely consider.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's good to hear that our numbers are in fact sounding more consistent with the Santa Clara County study. And with regard to half field versus whole field, don't need to get into it too much, but I think that's assuming it's one team on the field, and I don't think that's necessarily the case with a club having a permit for a field. There might be 4 teams on it. There may be 7 teams on it if it's at night and in the winter. So it's at any rate, I think if we can feel pretty comfortable with the 3.5 number being what we're talking about, I think that sounds very credible. And the other observation I would make regarding that is that the hours aren't apples to apples, because for a grass field, when it's raining, it's closed. It's closed. When it's raining, it's closed for a few days after it rains, and there's the zeros, the numbers that's involved in the ratio here. And so I think from the club perspective, the field users perspective, the numbers don't speak. There's more than just the numbers themselves. That's enough comments for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I have a similar question in terms of updating the report as Commissioner Clerk just mentioned. Is there a possibility to update report looking to including the natural grass field for both health reasons and environmental reasons? We do have, similar climate. Say San Francisco had a few natural grass fields, and actually know families who made a fortune doing synthetic turf since the 50s, 3 generations. However, my viewpoint is we have examples who are also dating back to 1950s, 60s. Say Boba Park was a natural grass field, expanded to whole athletic complex. Maybe we can look into their best practices. And Crocker Amazon Park in San Francisco, built in 1970s and maintained as grass since then, and resurfaced its turf and become a combined synthetic versus natural since 2006. Golden Gate Polo Fields and Stanford itself, the natural grass baseball field, been open since 1931, and they have playing hours over 1,200 hours. And also UC Berkeley, Santa Clara University, etc. They all have grass fields. Whether that can be taken into account. Many of them know I spent a lot of time in UK because of family there. You probably heard their football field start 2002 or 2005, which is pure grass, lasted
about 20 years now, since 2012. Anthony mentioned the European similar approach. They use robots to service the grass courts, which is very cost effective as well. And similarly, in Massachusetts, they have a similar practice for the municipal courts. And I do see a coming stronger in the UK and Europe of clay courts for tennis or running fields, as well as lawn sports due to environmental impact versus children's health and the cancer data rising for those synthetic turfs. So that's my piece. Knowing the industry since 2000 of synthetic turfs.
So, Commissioner Wei, can I just ask I want to make sure, are you asking for an incorporation of you listed a bunch of fields,
Yeah,
right?
the best practice we can incorporate with how grass fields can be kept in the similar climate, like in Marin County, City of Malibu, etc. They have best practice we can learn to see whether we can do that as a part of the survey.
Anthony, do you want to have
or even just San Francisco, one city who's maintained the grass fields for a very long time?
Our staff, I feel like, also regularly keeps up. We do education. In addition, I think our team is heading out to look at a piece of new equipment tomorrow or Thursday. But I think that's part of our standard kind of like operations. We do that, but I think also the report in terms of best practices that already, in my opinion, is outlined in parts of the report. Anthony, do you want to speak to that too?
Sure, Sarah. And I'll do my best. And if I don't fully answer the question or whatnot, just let me know. But generally, I mean, I think it's a broader response when we start comparing the city of Palo Alto specifically to other facilities and other fields, especially without me knowing them. But I can tell you a couple things. One, generally a baseball field will get a lot more hours of use than a rectangle field, soccer, lacrosse, or a multi-purpose field will. And that's just generally due to the type of play a baseball has. And also synthetic turf baseball fields we see usually last longer, at least the outfields and non-high wear areas like batters boxes and mounds and things like that. And so the grass as well, you can get a lot more hours out of grass baseball field than you can a synthetic. But it really when we compare synthetic to natural grass, we have to be careful because when we say use hours, whether it's 400, 600, or 1200, you have to get granular on that, and you can't do it all at one time. And so, like if we look at El Camino and you're running potentially like 16 hours of program over a weekend, that's really difficult to accommodate on even a high performance natural grass field. It's going to need time to rest. And if you look at the program there, it's go, 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 go. And there's heavy program during, or from what I recall, there's heavy program during times where the turf is not at its strongest. And so there's a lot of different considerations. And especially as we move around the bay, there's a ton of different microclimates as well. And so I guess just ultimately my opinion on El Camino is if we're going to do like a 1-for-1 exchange on that, I think it's going to be very difficult to accommodate that. And we see that not really related, but we do in professional sports and stadiums where they are, yes, they might run some practice. They're obviously running games on those stadium fields, but they're running a lot of non-sporting events. And so for them to maintain that high level of quality, they're often resodding multiple times throughout the year. So they're spending tremendous cost, right? And if you said, hey, we want to pull the same amount of use out of a grass El Camino versus a synthetic, like you're going to spend a lot of money in resodding and maintenance throughout the year.
So the third option of the hybrid using natural grass versus the filling with some synthetic turf, is that rated as the highest cost too much to afford? And also, is there a cost of the human cost in terms of comparison, the health cost versus the surfacing cost? Is there any data we can provide? How much actually human health suffered in the last 20 years? We have the courts since built 20 years ago. Is there any data on that we can compare the illness cost due to those synthetics fields versus I just feel that we are Silicon Valley, we're in the cutting edge of technology. So in the countries who 2002 already grass fields, Paul McCartney and actually himself went to the United Manchester in that grass field to support the grass field, and they are using robots to serving the grass field 2012. So we should look into technology like that who actually would reduce the cost of water, manpower, and maybe even pilot one to see how that works. So we have a comparative data if we don't have it right now. I understand in California, the longest grass field in California is Golden Gate Park Polo Field for 115 years. Maybe you can get some data on that. Would that something can be updated on the report? How grass field actually benefits for human health versus environmental impact?
There's a section, it's covered in the report.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Cripps?
So I'm just going back to the fact that we're talking about public fields in a city where we want to provide athletic opportunities for kids and adults. And I'm wondering where we would find the space for 4 more fields if El Camino turned into a grass field. Do we have any ideas of where we have space in Palo Alto? Trying to be practical.
In terms of, locations and.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to accept the assumption that if we lose El Camino to grass fields, or it changes to grass fields, loses a bad word, and we need four soccer fields to replace that field, where would we do that?
Yeah, we haven't identified any locations. We know there are certain city properties, but we would need to look into that further.
Thank you.
So you're saying that from the perspective that if you go with a grass field, the playing time is reduced, which means that those teams that would normally play on that field would have to find an alternate field to play on. So I guess is that what you're kind of alluding to?
Yeah, kind of. Or how would we serve the people who are currently playing on El Camino?
I also think, it's that conversation would be a much longer process, and with the draft report stating like it is, we haven't delved into that because that's not the recommendation of the report, but it is a good and viable question.
Yeah, it's a very good question, because if you do go that route, then definitely you have to look at how do you accommodate the report that showed that a grass field is going to have more downtime as far as playing time, and our fields do get a lot of usage, which means, and you can't, it's hard to compare it with other locations. I guess if you look at San Francisco as a location, yeah, we don't necessarily have the same. I would think there's a lot more playing activity happening on this end than, our fields are always busy, so.
Yeah, I agree on the constraint of the space, but also if we think of, we want to add more tennis courts. If you use long tennis courts, we have existing lawn to make use. It's give and take, right? On the other hand, you can also look at, for the whole city, could we do a hybrid model? There's some grass courts, there's some hybrid courts, there's some the turf courts, to see which one attracting more people. And I wonder that's a possibility for the hybrid of the city. So you have a hybrid model, say Air Communal Rail Park, and you have the grass court for existing grass, say Greer Park, just hypothetically, and you have maintained the original turf, synthetic turf, in the long term, next 10 years, to see how popular they all get into each other. And it is the proof to many grass courts, their playing time is about 1180 hours for the few reports I've seen in the last 20 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Day?
Yeah, on a personal level, I'm a parent of 2 soccer players, and I'm a amateur player myself. I have to be transparent. I have mixed feelings about turf fields. My kids often come home with socks and shoes full of black infill. And like many residents, I share concerns about heat, microplastics, and unknown around the PFAS. But at the same time, I recognize our soccer community have a high demand for playable hours, and having consistent, durable surface is essential for practice and games. That's why I think our approach is not simply for or against turf, but about ensuring that whatever surface we choose, we hold ourselves to high standards of safety, sustainability, and maintenance. So our athletes can play hard and the parents can feel confident. I think each surface carries risks if it isn't cared for. When a grass field is heavily used or played on too soon after rain, holes can develop that increase the risk of injury that my kids used to have. On the other hand, during hot summer hours, turf infill can soften and stick to cleats, and that will create another set of safety hazard. And I heard many community members reports that as well. So to me, the key takeaway is the surface itself is less important than the commitment to maintaining it to the best practice standards.
Yeah, I sort of echo that, but adding to the best serving our community's health and environmental health.
Commissioner Heather. Go ahead and finish, please.
Just a couple more about the safety and health, like Commissioner Wei added. Can we ensure we have the study on third-party verification for PFAS reduce or free claims and for the natural organic infills to reduce microplastic, and any heat risk mitigation on synthetic fields, etc. Yeah.
Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Okay. Oh, not an easy one. Palo Alto looks to be a leader on climate change. And for that, we're looking to change people's habits and to electrify the grid, sometimes at the great inconvenience to people and cost. And on a global scale, that is probably not going to make a huge difference, what we do here in Palo Alto. But overall, it's critical that we do it. And we have to get away from using fossil fuels. And plastic, to me, is the same. We have to get away from it. Last month, there was an effort to coordinate an international convention and a collaboration on reducing plastic pollution. It ended up in the same place that other conventions ended up, in voluntary actions. And this is why climate change has not really been, the actions to reduce climate change have not been as successful. The actions, the international efforts to reduce the loss of species and biodiversity and to stop extinction is in the same place. It's failing and we're losing our planet. And now there was last month, just about a month ago, there was this convention to try and reduce plastic pollution. And like I said, it's ended in the same place, voluntary actions. So we have to do involuntary action, in my opinion. We have to wean ourselves from using plastic. It's killing our planet, and we know that. We breathe it, we eat it, it's in our water, it's in our food, it's in everything around us, it's in the soil. And you know, when we started this discussion, I was, you know, tending to believe that plastic is not good, but I had still some questions about that. But then, you know, we heard, was it Sherry Listgarden last time that described how the grooming activities collect truckfuls of little plastic blades. And there was someone that says that their kids come home with those plastic blades, not only the fill, but also the plastic blades themselves are attached. So what do we do about that? And I guess I have a few questions specifically related to that. But one of the things about these plastic blades, can we quantify how much do we collect per, I don't know, per field or per acre or per some kind of unit? How much plastic are we really disposing here? And also, just a naive question here, is there any kind of substrate or coverage that doesn't have blades? The blades are there to imitate the grass. Do we have to imitate the grass? Or is there another surface that we can use that doesn't have blades and doesn't fall apart in little pieces? I don't know the answer, but that's something I would ask. The water quality question that were brought like by Claire Elliott, do we have any measurement of what goes into our drain system? Do we know if there is pollution from plastic that goes into our bay, our ecosystems? I don't know if we do or not, but I would like to know. And, you know, we're assuming that we have to continue things as always. And yes, I would love everybody to have a place to play everything that people want. But obviously, we're coming to a place where there's not enough of anything, not tennis, not pickleball, not anything. We just have a lot of people who want to enjoy themselves, and that's great. And we should accommodate them. But we need to also think about our environment. And maybe that means change of behavior, like with climate change. So let me see, I had a few more notes here. You know, and maybe we need to look at the alternatives that are not as traditional. I mean, I don't know, this is crazy, but I played soccer a lot as a kid and we just had a dirt field. We didn't have any impacts of all these other things. They just, you know, and we were pretty much all day on the courts like as kids. And this was a long time ago and in a climate that is similar to here, maybe a little drier. So I don't know. I mean, it just seems like we're so looking at industry standards that we're not looking at actual, maybe there's other solutions that would be better here and would provide, you know, people with what they want, but also not cause the same level of damage to the environment. I would also support a few of the other things that people suggested, which is there really a PFAS-free material? Because if there isn't, then we shouldn't use it. And I think the PFAS are associated to a large extent with the soft plastic, which is maybe the blades. So is there something that doesn't have blades? I would really like to know. recycling is a concern for me. I don't know how much, I don't remember what the report said about that, but when I looked at where it can be recycled, it seemed like there was no California facility where you can send plastic fields to. Maybe there was some for like home ownership, like if you have a little, few square feet of grass, you can have plastic grass, you may be able to, but I think it was only on 1 or 2 places on the East Coast that I was able to find. So that's of concern. And not that recycling is without its own impacts. Plastic has terrible, terrible impacts, cradle to grave, all the way from using the fossil fuel materials to produce it to the end, which is either landfill or recycling, which has its own toxic impacts. So the last thing I have here on my notes, I hope, because I kind of scribbled thing as we went along, is in the outreach, did you consider a poll that is just a general poll to the population, random, statistically significant poll in Palo Alto?
We considered polling. However, we thought the focus groups and getting in detailed with those who are the stakeholders and had voiced opinions ahead of basically the project was really important to engage them at a high level. And then ultimately, all of the public meetings, community outreach has been broadcasted to the larger Palo Alto community through our Uplift Local newsletters, through our online social media content, whether that's on, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. It's been,
Thank you.
everywhere.
All right. Okay, I think I'll stop.
Thank you. I'll chime in here. I'm somewhat, I guess, biased on this a little bit. That is that my kids have played soccer from 5 years or now 30-something years old. So I've seen play on both natural grass and synthetic fields over the years in many in different venues, mostly here in Palo Alto. I will say that the injuries that I saw during that time were mostly on natural fields, grass fields versus synthetic fields. So, we've talked a little bit about field safety and playability, and our first priority should be on safety. The report documents how the overuse of natural grass fields lead to uneven surfaces and higher injury risk, and I've seen that over the course of the years. Particularly lower body injuries like ankle twists and so forth. In contrast, synthetic turf provides consistent footing and performs well in wet conditions. So, there's a lot of information that's covered in the report. We do know that this is something that it's going to go on and the technology itself is going to change over the course of years. So one question I have is, given that synthetic turf fields must be replaced every 8 to 10 years, I think that's what I'm hearing here. Have staff modeled how these, capital replacement costs will be built into the city's long-term budget? And will that be included in the CIP or offset through other fees?
Yeah, so we do come out with a 5-year CIP plan, and we do incorporate the age as you know, we have been able to extend the life right now for El Camino. However, it is at its end of life. We have had to make other modifications. So it is in need of replacement. And the longer it takes, and that I think also goes back to the timeline and why we're also trying to get this in front of not only yourselves this evening and next month, and then take it to city council, but we really do need a decision point because field closure can be likely if we continue to keep it open and not have it be replaced or a decision point be made. So that back to your question, that is considered within our capital 5-year plan, and we reevaluate that. And as a reminder, we typically will review capital with the Parks and Rec Commission in December.
Any other, Vice Chair?
Thank you. Appreciate the comments of my fellow commissioners. This is it's a complicated issue. There is no perfect solution. We understand that. I think Commissioner Cribbs made comments to start off. If we could find a synthetic turf field that didn't bother anybody, we'd all be very happy. And the consultants that come up with the ideas on that would be doing very well for themselves. Just want to go back on a few things, getting back towards the credibility and things. Just want to clarify the benchmark field size. I think it was noted to be under 9,000 square yards. So I'm assuming that the benchmark field is probably 110 by 80 yards. Anthony? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, yes, Vice Chair. I'm not looking at that specific information at this moment, but that seems about right.
If we could just get that clarified for the final report, that would be great. I did say that I didn't feel like there were any real surprises in the conclusions, but that's not to discount the report. There's lots of helpful details in the recommendations, particularly the best practice recommendations. I think that the risk mitigation measures, the RMMs, are really important to consider. Things like adding shoe brushes at the fields to brush the particles off of shoes. If we can get one, we should get that at El Camino Park as soon as possible, actually. And things like drainage filtering and understanding what we're doing for water runoff and filtering out the particles at what we're putting in at Mayfield and at the existing fields at Cubberley and El Camino. That's really important to consider as well as everything that was mentioned. There's discussion about a lot of discussion about improved natural grass maintenance, and we're all in favor of it. But the big question to me is at what cost? And this has been a significant challenge in our community for the nearly 30 years I've been part of the local soccer community. It's how much improvement is really realistic. I mean, our staff isn't perfect, but they're doing a pretty darn good job. And I think that the limiting factor is money, whether it's staff resources or the resources to go into the field. I think we need to be realistic about what as a municipality, what we're capable of doing with our grass fields. And there may be some incredible grass fields that in some locations, probably and not in this climate, but I'm at a loss to see how much improvement we can really make. There's a couple questions for staff regarding water usage are we using any water on our current synthetic fields, synthetic turf fields?
We are not.
And
there is no irrigation actually on El Camino, Cubberley, or Mayfield.
Thank you. And with the new synthetic turf cork infill that will be going in at Mayfield, will there be any water usage?
We do not have irrigation, so no.
Okay, great. That's great to be able to clarify that. Another question for staff or recommendation for the final report. I'm really interested in grass field closure data. due to rain. And it'd be great to understand on an annual basis, how many days are the grass fields closed? Delineating weekdays versus weekend days per year would be really important to have and annualized over the past 10 years if possible. I think this tells a very important story in helping us make a decision. As I mentioned, I think there's a lot of great questions getting asked. Any more information you can have in terms of what's the reality of recycling a synthetic turf field? It's great to say it's possible, but can we do it? Can we expect to do it when El Camino Park is replaced? And finally, I appreciate the comments from Commissioner Deng about the mixed feelings, and I'm at El Camino Park about once a week. I understand what it's like to spend 20, 30 minutes picking the grass particles out of my socks after a game. It's not something I'm crazy about, but it reiterates the need to refurbish El Camino Park as soon as possible. It's a mess. There's significant loss of blades and infill every day. And so whatever we can do to mitigate that right now with some shoe brushes and the like would be helpful, but time is of the essence here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do want to thank you for the very thorough report. And also, yeah, I do see a lot of things to balance from budget versus space versus human health. I want to clarify, I don't know if I understood. So if we were replacing the El Camino Park now from synthetic turf to a hybrid model, do we need irrigation or not? If it's...
Well, I think what we're speaking to is right now, though, is what the report's recommending, and throughout the presentation and discussion this evening, the hybrid system has drawbacks of natural grass in addition to synthetic turf. So it has the benefits and the drawbacks.
Yeah.
So the hybrid specific system isn't a recommendation through this report. However, you did state something earlier where you mentioned a hybrid, and a different word, but basically a system that has synthetics as well as natural grass, and
yeah,
that
comparison, that's a separate. Yeah, that's
correct.
A separate thing. Yeah.
Right. So that is basically what the recommendation of the report is to have a variety of those existing fields.
So if we did implement the variety, some of them need adding irrigation, such as if we're using natural grass. Is that the budget cost will be mainly used?
All of our existing natural grass fields have irrigation.
Okay.
The El Camino Park, per the study, is a recommendation because it is a high-use field to replace it with a synthetic. With natural infill,
Okay.
which is different than what is currently on the field.
Okay. Also, in terms of budget, if we did come to it, maybe we could look into your report beginning as it's a Silicon Valley city. We have a lot of big companies, which I feel private-public partnership has not been fully utilized. We can get fundings from Tesla. We can get fundings from VMware, who are very strong about sustainability. They also, the executives many of them have family here. So that's a later conversation, which I could help in that respect. That's another conversation in terms of capital injection, which can leverage a lot of companies over here, from Citibank, Wells Fargo Bank, to all the working with the Chamber of Commerce here as well. Just thoughts. Thank you. Yeah, it's very comprehensive. It's very difficult fine line to tread. I also just emailed you some information from the professional ChatGPT version 5 to see if that's any help information for you. Thanks, Sarah.
Great, thank you.
Okay. We'll go ahead and, any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And we'll,
Thank you. We'll bring this item back next month. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
thank you. Okay, okay, moving to the next item. Excuse me. Come.
So Chair, I just wanted to confirm you want to keep going. This is another very lengthy item.
We don't have an opportunity to move it on to, it's, yeah, I'd say we go ahead and keep going.
All right.
But I will just note for the record, Commissioner Yudi Dang had to leave.
Okay. Yeah. 7 minute stretch, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll move to item number 5.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Freeman and Vice Chair Greenfield. I'm Amanda Demmel, Assistant Director for Community Services, and I'm joined tonight with Kristen O'Kane, Director of Community Services. We're here tonight to provide you an informational update on the Cubberley Community Center project, including a summary of community meeting number 3, collect your feedback on the refined concept design, and share work plan updates. Next slide, please. We last visited the PRC on June 24th, which is starred there on the left. And since then, we have presented the master plan, concept design, and received feedback from the Planning and Transportation Committee on July 9th and the Architectural Review Board on July 17th. Last week, on September 17th, we held our third and final master plan community meeting at the Cubberley Pavilion, which we will review in more detail in the following slides. Next slide, please. As we look ahead to our upcoming project milestones and the November 2026 election, we have outlined the key dates anticipated as of now. So upcoming October 20th, full City Council recap of the third community meeting and direction on poll number 2. Early November, we will release poll number 2. In November, we will come back and do a presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission. We will plan to meet with the ad hoc before that. December 8th is our final Cubberley Master Plan presentation to the full City Council and community. We'll plan to visit the PTC and ARB commissions and board in January or February of the new year. I apologize, that is meant to say 2026. February 2026, we will release poll number 3, which is newly added. We are now going to be doing 4 polls. March 2026, anticipated adoption of the master plan when CEQA is completed. April 2026 is now when we will release poll number 4. June 2026, council approval to place the measure on the November ballot. August 2026 is the deadline to submit the final ballot language for the November election. And then November 2026, which has always been our target goal, is the election and the placement of the ballot measure. So that's kind of just looking ahead at all of our milestones to come. Obviously, there'll be more touches with the commission throughout that time period. A note, this is an evolving process and some of the dates and the stakeholders meetings may change, and we will certainly keep you updated. Next slide, please. First, we'll review with you the refined concept designs for the Cubberley site that Concordia shared with the community last week at the September 17th community meeting. This is attachment B in your packets. All right, phasing the master plan. Next slide, please. So in the following slides, we will not only show you the refined concept plan, but it will be shown in the proposed phases. With a campus of this size, it will be very important for us to phase the master plan for a variety of reasons. First, it will be dependent on the funding available throughout the project phases. Second, it's very important for staff and the community that there is continuity of the programs and services while the construction occurs, so there is as little disruption as possible. By doing this, we can move people around during the construction while areas are under construction and do our best to maintain the services. So phasing is extra critical. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide depicts all 3 completed phases of the master plan, which is where we will ultimately get to at the end of the presentation. As you can see, we've maintained our diagonal promenade concept. We have our recreation and wellness center in the upper right-hand quadrant, performing arts in the upper left, visual arts lower left, community services lower right. We maintained and renovated 3 existing buildings, the pavilion, the theater, and I building. Now we're gonna walk you through the phase 1 demo. Next slide, please. First, to orient you on the map, along the bottom kind of slanting upward left, you see Middlefield Road. So first, before we go through the slides, I wanna just show you the orientation that they all will be in. So Middlefield is kind of anchoring us there. Charleston Shopping Center is over on your right. Greendale School is over on your left. The red dotted square is the first phase of demolition. Next slide, please. So with that demolition, the first things that would be built would be the Recreation and Wellness Center, starting the upper right-hand corner. The tennis courts would be torn down and a parking lot would be built, and the tennis courts would then be built above the surface parking lot, so it would now be elevated. The Recreation and Wellness Center would be 2 stories and include 4 multi-purpose courts, which could be used for basketball, volleyball, etc. The building would also house classrooms, studio spaces, offices. There's also an outdoor swimming pool, as you can see there depicted on the map in a lighter blue shade. Going counterclockwise, focus for demo then would be the red dotted line up in the upper left. As you can see here, those light brown buildings have been preserved. That's the pavilion. The theater and the I building would remain and be renovated. Next slide, please. Then what would be built is the education wing. Programming would expand to include education, early education, after school programs. Moving over there to the upper left in the performing arts, we'd renovate the pavilion, the theater. This becomes kind of the center of the performing arts programs and services. And then those buildings along Middlefield that run parallel would be renovated and remain in use. That would be considered the end of phase 1. Next slide, please. So now looking specifically at the programming during phase 1, to orient you, there's a color code there down in the bottom left. So that light green is recreation and wellness, red is arts, blue is flex and rental, purple is education. So kind of starting up there in the upper right is again the Recreation and Wellness Center. So you'll see we have the courts, which is labeled at the moment basketball courts, space for yoga, Pilates, lockers, lobbies, office spaces. If you want to continue counterclockwise with me here, you'll have the parking lot at grade, room for health and wellness spaces, preschool, daycare, moving into the purple area, the pink dance and martial arts, moving farther now over into the performing arts section, the pink buildings, more area for dance and martial arts, performing arts space, music, rehearsal, a grander lobby, theater, first floor programming, and then as we said during phase 1, we're not really touching the buildings as much with full construction along Middlefield, but they'll still get renovated and used for gallery, flex, rental, visual art. So you'll see they're labeled accordingly on here. Next slide, please. This shows the second floor. So again, starting in the upper right-hand corner, the tennis courts again will be rooftop deck. Lockers, lobbies, and offices on the second floor. Again, space for yoga, Pilates, 2 basketball courts, multi-purpose courts on the second floor, room for health and wellness. Moving to the left there, the purple, pink, and red, music, rehearsal, enrichment space. So again, this is second floor programming during phase 1. Next slide, please. And then we have 1 building at this time that is 3 stories. So this is showing 3rd floor programming, which at this time is designated dance and martial arts. So that's what's depicted on this slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to phase 2 demolition outlined in the red dashed line in the lower left quadrant. Next slide, please. This will become the visual arts and technology area. This would include things like maker spaces, woodworking workshops, art classes, galleries, our artist studios. And then as you can see now in the new red dotted line, that would become the phase 3 demo area. Next slide, please. And then when phase 3 is completed, you can see the new white buildings. This brings us the new cafe, a lounge, which has been a popular request from our previous meetings, a place to, maybe grab coffee and hang out, run cooking classes. So these buildings would be the community services and flex space, which we'd like to highlight how valuable the flexible space will be, especially by the time this would be completed, as that could be many years from now. Interests are always evolving in our community. So this would allow us to be very nimble and accommodate changing needs in the community by that time. So as most of the campus, we are designing all of our spaces to be future-proof, flexible, and multi-purpose. Next slide, please. Okay, so when all three phases are complete, we'll have a beautiful master plan campus. So in addition to saving all protected trees, we'll bring in more native trees and landscaping to create an environment that not only provides beauty and comfort, but supports learning and also a tree canopy. Next slide, please. In phase 3, let's look now at the programming. The top we already reviewed, so the buildings above. So I'm going to ask you to look kind of at the lower half. We have in the new buildings, the maker space and the workshops, the visual arts and the classroom space and the gallery, kind of in those red shapes. You'll also notice the long rectangle, the black dotted line, that is the partial underground parking garage. These facilities would be built on top of that parking area. Next slide, please. Second floor programming. Again, we've already talked about the top building. So if you want to just look at the red rectangle below, that would be studios on the second floor. And over on the right, the blue box there is a second floor of admin tenant space in the community flex building. And for the lower half of campus, there is no 3-story building, so there will be no floor 3. Next slide, please. All right, now looking at phase 3 and all of our outdoor programming, there's a lot on this slide, so I think I'm just going to kind of walk around and share some examples of what these could be. So I'm going to start in the lower right where the arrows are pointing with, we'll start with playground. So hopefully you can see these depicted. There's black arrows pointing to the spaces on the map. So these areas could be a playground there on the lower right, outdoor flexible space where it can be used for programs or classes, or folks can just come and bring their families and have a picnic or throw a Frisbee around. A food truck area. So if we do events, there's a flat space that has access to power that's adequate for that. The amphitheater, that was something that folks were really excited about. So we could do concerts and again, access to power and seating. A marketplace, which was something that folks were excited about as well. So there'd be room for parking and the appropriate needs for flat surface areas. So that was added there on the right side. Native gardens, we've talked about an above deck basketball deck you'll see there on the right. So, and of course, considering for noise in the surrounding neighborhood. So the appropriate walls and things like that could be added to make sure that that's not floating over to the surrounding neighborhood. So we've talked a lot about how valuable the land is there. So making sure that we're using every possible square footage to the very best of its use. Tennis courts there again at the top, which will be elevated above the surface parking lot. There, the pool is labeled and is kind of tucked in there between the Recreation and Wellness Center and the I building. Again, the promenade running diagonally through the campus. Over in the upper left, we have kind of the learning gardens. We've talked about how sometimes community gardens can be competitive and exclusive. So we want to be really intentional about having the garden spaces that can be used more for community and learning or classes. So very intentional about that. You'll see there's 2 spaces on this map too for different opportunities for placemakers. So it could be a public art opportunity, or something else exciting like that to welcome people to the campus. Another opportunity for a playground or play space. And then on the left side, again, the cultural plaza, outdoor flex space to showcase art or host different events. And then down at the bottom, again, the placemaker along Middlefield, and then a volunteer pollinator garden. So all of these were some carried over from previous meetings and some were new based on the feedback that we've received at commission, council meetings, or the previous community meeting. So next slide, please. All right, so we now want to review the circulation pathways. So lots of feedback and comments about this in our previous meetings. We wanted to make sure we were clear about the updates. The dark blue is the vehicular circulation. So we have two entrances off of Middlefield. You can enter either, and you can drive all the way around through the site and turn around and exit either exit. The lighter blue is the bicycle circulation with as few as possible crossings and sharp turns, which is the feedback we've been receiving from the community. The light blue is the pedestrian walking paths. You can come in over by the shopping center, make your way across campus over to a theater performance, head over to the amphitheater, or park and walk from any of the lots. The gray is the surface parking, which is shown over there on the right, the left, and the back of campus. We also have a slide after this, which will show parking much more clear. But this circulation plan offers a lot of flexibility and access from any entrance point that people might enter campus. Next slide, please. So this is a more specific look at just the parking diagram. So starting in the upper left there, so that is the surface lot that is there now, and it will remain, and we will continue to lease that from PAUSD. Which is the school district. So to the right of that will be the new surface lot, again, underneath the tennis courts. We have the lot that exists now on the left that will remain and still be parking spaces. Again, the long rectangle parallel to Middlefield, that is the partial underground parking. And then we have that surface lot over there on the right next to the Charleston Shopping Center Plaza. Okay, next slide, please. In summary, the master plan is intentionally designed with both a flexible timeline and flexible design, allowing us to adapt as needed while staying aligned with the community priorities. It provides the greatest opportunity to maintain programming throughout construction, ensuring continuity of services, as we mentioned previously. The phased approach enables us to move forward in a way that is both financially responsible and broadly supported by the community. So phase one can stand on its own as a complete and functional plan and still deliver meaningful improvements right away. Future phases 2 and 3 can then build upon that foundation, ultimately leading to the full realization of the master plan. Next slide. So lastly, we wanted to show the full gain in square footage and parking. So phase 1 will be an increase of 140,000 outdoor square feet, 81,000 indoor square feet, and up to 580 parking spots. Phase 2 and 3 will be an increase of 165,000 square feet of outdoor space, 100,000 square feet of indoor square feet, and 840 parking spots. Next slide, please. Okay, so now shifting to sharing the summary of our third community meeting. So last Wednesday on September 17th, the third and final community meeting was held at the Cubberley Pavilion, and approximately 150 community members attended. The meeting opened with remarks from City Manager Ed Chicada, who emphasized this really being an iterative process that is shaped by the community feedback gathered throughout prior meetings and other feedback mechanisms. So Concordia then recapped community meetings 1 and 2 and provided a project overview. Concordia then presented the refined concept plan, which included phasing strategies, which we just reviewed with you. Following the presentations, the attendees then completed the 2 activities. Next slide, please. So phase 1 consists of 2 parts, the Recreation Wellness Center and a Performing Arts Center. Phase 1 also includes the renovation of the remaining buildings. So the full site continues to be operational until phases 2 and 3 can be completed, as we just explained. So the first activity, community members were invited to assess the phase 1 concept design for the Recreation, Wellness, and Performing Arts area. They were asked to reflect on 3 questions. What is working well and excites you? What is not working well or could be improved? And what creative ideas do you have to make the space exciting? Next slide, please. In the second activity, community members were asked to provide feedback on phase 2 and 3, which includes the visual arts and technology and community services spaces, which are phases 2 and 3. Participants responded to the same guiding questions as in the first activity. What is working well and exciting about the proposed designs? What aspects are not working or could be improved? And what creative ideas, such as new events, programs, or installations, could make these areas more vibrant and impactful? So this exercise allowed the community to reflect on future phases of development and share ideas that will help shape a cohesive, dynamic, and inclusive vision of the campus. Overall, the meeting reflected strong community engagement and generated really valuable input on both programming and the site circulation. The full meeting summary will be finalized in the coming weeks and will be shared with the community. But our initial review showed that the community really appreciated the program placement within the buildings and the phased approach that supported the continuity during construction. The attendees highlighted their interest in the cafe, the outdoor amphitheater, parking and pedestrian and bike circulation, while also raising concerns about tenant relocation during phasing, costs, and access and security. Concordia and staff will incorporate all this input as they prepare for the final presentation of the proposed master plan, cost estimates, and phasing scenarios to the community and city council on December 8th, 2025. We're almost there. All right, so next slide, please. Next steps for the master plan. So the next steps in the process are Concordian staff will analyze all the input from that meeting that we had last week with the community, as well as the feedback that we're going to receive from you this evening. We will go to full city council and receive their feedback on the plan on October 20th. We also will plan to come back and meet with the PRC and PRC ad hoc in November with the revised plans, and then present, as just mentioned, to the hopeful revised master plan and proposal on December 8th to full city council and the community. So those are kind of our immediate next steps. So to recap what staff are requesting from the commission this evening, next slide, please. We are hoping to receive the same feedback that we asked from the community at the meeting. So what is working well about the concept designs? What excites you? What is not working well or could be improved? And what are your creative ideas to make the space exciting? So considering events, additional indoor and outdoor programming, and installations. Any additional comments or general feedback that can help inform the refinement of the concepts are also encouraged and appreciated. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, so that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time and your attention and sticking with us. I will ask Mr. Vidal to go back one slide and put it on the what we are requesting and keep that fresh. And we can certainly scan to the other slides and pull up the concept as needed if you want to look at any particular spaces. And we welcome your comments and questions, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very thorough and engaging report. The updates, especially around the phased approach and community feedback process, is greatly appreciated with the help. It will help guide our commission's discussions. Before opening up for any clarifying questions, see if there's any. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll pass it on to the commissioners. Yes.
The polls that you mentioned, there are still 3 polls to come. Are those the statistically significant kind of polls? Okay.
Correct.
The second question I had was outdoor spaces. What is included as an outdoor space? Would paved areas, roads, parking, what is included as an outdoor space, or only like green, like planted areas?
Typically, when we're saying outdoor space or green space, we're considering that not to be the parking areas or the roadways. So often it is the spaces that are including kind of that that outdoor map where it's the gardens or the playgrounds or the more of the amenities. And then usually we're separating it by pathways, circulation, parking, and then outdoor space is considered, it can include the green space, but we started to not exclusively say green space because it could be a playground that maybe isn't just grass, or I don't know, we've talked, yeah, the cultural plaza, for instance, we would consider outdoor space and might not be green space. So yes, it's not excluding the pathways and the parking lots, traditionally when we're speaking about it or showing it on the diagrams.
How about areas on the roof?
I would consider if they're used for recreational, we probably would consider them outdoor
So
space.
tennis courts on top of the building is part of the out. So when you're looking at expanded open space, essentially that includes the roofs of buildings.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know one of the questions that came up was, I think, I don't know if concordance, talking about on top of the recreation wellness center would be kind of a walk. I mean, like not a jogging trail, but it's something that you could actually walk the length of the building. So that's, I mean, that was one of the suggestions I know that popped up. Anyone else?
Yeah, sorry, I missed all the community meetings because I've been out of town, including last week. I planned to attend, but it was coincidence with family graduate school attendance. So I think it's all very exciting, and I just have a small detail to understand a bit more. The cultural plaza, what does that entail? Does that have like cinema, theater, a concert hall? What does that? What's the content of the cultural plaza?
Yeah, so the idea is because it's centered over there where the other performing arts buildings are, is it is a way that those items or performances or events can come outside. So it could be things are spilling outside with an event that's happening indoors. It could stand alone and be its own outdoor event, where it could be something like that, maybe an outdoor film screening
Yeah, I was
or
going to
a
ask that.
fair
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like that. So
yeah.
it's, yeah, it could be all of the above.
Yeah, fantastic. Because we currently have outdoor summer, film screening in park, right? This would be a specific place. Does it also including outdoor gym? Because I know there's like summer parks in the past 70s, 80s, they had this exercise wooden stuff. Do we have similar facilities in mind? So it's outdoor gym versus indoor gym in case pandemic, people don't go inside anymore.
Yeah, so some of the outdoor spaces, I mean, we are considering the basketball court on one of the rooftop surfaces. We do have a few of, I guess I'll back up a moment. All of the things we listed also aren't finalized too. So those are all
Got it.
prospective ideas. And that's where we welcome the feedback. So somewhere where we put playground, you might say this would be an excellent place to put an outdoor gym facility, right? Where I love to come over and have some parallel bars and I want to do my dips there or whatever it may be, right? They have a lot of really great outdoor functional exercise equipment now that we're seeing pop up all over the place in San Francisco, right? They have that all along the walkways. And so, yes, that's absolutely a possibility to have. So while we don't have it designated as a listed item, that certainly could be something that goes in one of those outdoor spaces.
Yeah, I saw a few tennis courts. How many do we have? 6 in total. And do we have pickleball courts, indoor, outdoor? Do we have pickleball courts as well, outdoor, indoor? No.
So
just
the
tennis.
idea at the moment is just to replace the tennis courts that exist there. And if
Okay.
we were to change the use in future, that would be a discussion that we would need to bring back. So at the moment, it's just to replace what's there. So at the moment, there's 6 tennis courts. We would just simply replace them and elevate them.
Got it.
And
So,
the indoor courts could have pickleball lines inside the new Recreation and Wellness Center.
so what's the most challenge issue right now? Is it funding? So after December 8th, what happens next? When the first groundbreaking for the phase 1?
That's a great question. So Yes, so our timeline, well, let me answer the first part. So, so the timeline is we're doing the CEQA analysis right now, and that takes 6 months. So we started that in September. And so that's the California Environmental Quality
Yeah,
Act.
understand.
And
Yeah.
so why we are doing our presentation in December, but not our anticipated adoption till March is because we're waiting for that. And so hopefully if that all goes perfectly well, and then we'll do our adoption in March. That's our first milestone, and then hopefully council adoption in March. Our polling is happening simultaneously, and so our next poll is to be released early November, which will get back a lot more valuable information. We're working to refine the themes, and we'll get back some additional information about the community's appetite on funding, which will help kind of guide our next steps as well.
Did we present this to maybe a chamber? I don't know whether they can gather people to look into this exciting project. A lot of companies, again, public-private partnership, probably can donate, sponsor. Would that be something? I don't know whether that's your process. I just feel we have so many companies based here. Google was born here, Facebook was born here. They could be all invited through working with the Chamber of Commerce to bring them in terms of funding, whether that's a possibility or it's too much work. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So we haven't explored that at this time. We are exploring some public-private partnerships with organizations that are not large corporations. So if that's a direction we'd want to go in the future, we'd certainly need the city council to weigh in on that and direct us to do that. So right now we're looking for more partnerships with nonprofit organizations who might provide a direct service.
Vendors mostly, yeah.
Pardon me?
The nonprofits, are they vendors for us?
Well, they could be, for example, the Friends of the Recreation Wellness Center. That's an example. So it could be an organization that could provide help with funding. They could help operate it at some point in the future. These are all things that we're exploring at this time, but we don't have anything definitive right now.
Yeah, just wondering how we can help you. So if you need connection, bridge the gap, bring the companies in or bring Chamber of Commerce in, if it doesn't add too much work for you, be happy to help on that front. Yeah, thank you. Very exciting and very, very great work. Thank you.
Commissioner Cripps.
Yeah, only one question about the 6 tennis courts, and to make sure that when we're doing the planning that they can be lit to extend the use of the tennis courts for more hours during the day and night. That's it for
Yeah. I attended the September 17th meeting. A lot of enthusiasm. People were excited. So hopefully that excitement will continue. So good job on this. The one question regarding the phase 1, which is the recreational wellness center. So glad to see that happening. I know the table I was sitting at was concerned about what happens with all of the activities that are going on in that particular area as the wellness center and the tennis court are being redone. And I thought someone said that's going to be moved into it. Can you talk a little bit about what, do those get relocated in a different part of the campus?
Yeah, that's a great question, and definitely something that we heard from actually a lot of the attendees, and we've had a really great turnout from our attendants at all the meetings, which is awesome. So yes, that's something that we're definitely thinking a lot about, and we'll have a plan in place, and we'll work with all the tenants on that. So one thing that is really great about this version of our master plan versus the previous one is we'll have more space available now that we're not partnering with PAUSD. They'll be vacating, hopefully it all goes accordingly. They'll be vacating a lot of the current indoor space if and when we purchase. So we'll have more square footage to be able to relocate people during the phasing and the construction, to hopefully eliminate having to bring in like portable trailers and things like that. So the idea is while we're doing construction, we will move tenants around. And so that was, kind of going back to my earlier comments about the continuation of services and programs. It's a very high priority during the phasing, to try to keep people going and offering those services, while acknowledging we know that some of them have very unique needs. Not everybody is just in a classroom and can be picked up and put in another classroom. Some have unique flooring and walls and sound systems and mirrors and things like that. So definitely aware of that, acknowledge that, and we'll plan accordingly and work with them on that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, because that was kind of one of the first things that surfaced when they saw, the different phases and how they were going to happen, which would mean relocating other services. So maybe if that could be highlighted in some portion of the report, that is sort of, it's kind of the first thing that sort of you get presented with before talking about the phasing. And that kind of, for the people who are, because it seems like dancing and that type of thing, probably something that that comes to their mind, that what's going to happen to my facility as you're building out these different phases. Same thing with the tennis courts and so forth. So, okay, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I just had one more question. Can you go back to I think it's phase 1, to the 3 buildings that are going to be renovated?
Yes. So can we go back to, yes, thank you. You're on it. It'll be one of our earlier slides. So is it this one here?
Yeah, so no, it was, at some point you said there are the 3 brown buildings, and I think it's not on this slide, maybe one forward.
So this one is showing, there was a comment I made, the 3 brown buildings are the ones that we are keeping and renovating, which is the Pavilion, Theater, and I building.
Okay, so the one closest to the Recreation Wellness Building
is the I building.
Okay, that's all yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for hanging in there with us as well, and thank you for the rapid fire comprehensive report. It was great. The Parks Commission was well represented at the last meeting. I think we had 5 commissioners there, and it's good to get a preview and just feeling the energy in the room. It was very positive. Lots of things to be excited about. Starting with all the just the quantity of new facilities and the programming that makes available. That's really key. Looking at phase 1 versus phase 2 and 3. Phase 1's adding quantity and quality. Phase 2 and 3 are really more about adding quality and replacing the old infrastructure. But as far as adding indoor outdoor space, not so much adding a lot of parking spots though. Lots of really exciting things. The cafe looks great. Is the cafe marketplace, are those synonymous, or can you explain marketplace?
So the cafe is meant to be, we've heard a lot of feedback that folks would love to have a place to be able to go and grab a coffee or a snack while they're either, in between classes or waiting for maybe their child to finish a program or something. So at this time, that's what it's meant to be. Maybe not like a full blown restaurant.
More like a Ada South.
Yeah, something like that. That's been mentioned a lot as like comparable to something like that. And then a place to maybe hang out too. And then as far as marketplace, we're not trying to duplicate what's next door. We want to actually work harmoniously with the Charleston Shopping Center and promote business and have people go to their stores. And, we have the marketplace next door. So we're complementary and not compete.
So marketplace is referring to Charleston Center.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. But the outdoor amphitheater, it looks very exciting. Although I'm kind of concerned about the meandering pathway being kind of in proximity right in front of it. I'm wondering if I'll get back to pathways anyway. Outdoor amphitheater looks great. I think it's really nice that you've included the phase 1 drawing with the existing buildings. so people can get a feel for what it's going to look like after phase one. That's real important. The fact that you didn't add a multi-level parking structure, I kept looking for it, and I finally figured it out. It wasn't there, so that's really good. Thank you for clarifying why a community garden wasn't included. That was very helpful. I didn't understand that until this description. So it's just some creative ideas, thinking about in maybe a little in Palo Alto and a lot and more in some neighboring communities, seeing some creative painting on utilitarian infrastructure. And it seems like that would be something to look to include, make things fun, maybe leverage some of the arts budget, work with the PSC on that. That sounds like some fun ideas. Has there been any thought of a outdoor sand volleyball court?
I do actually love sand volleyball, so that is right up my alley. It hasn't come up specifically, but that's definitely something that we can consider. Because I'm not sure we have one nearby in that area.
I know I haven't heard the idea floated, but I think there could be some interest.
Absolutely, we'll definitely write that down.
On the gardens, is there a potential for a demonstration garden? I know we have the master gardener, demonstration gardener at Eleanor Pardee Park. I don't know if there would be an opportunity for something like this, if there'd be interest.
Yes, I think there's been lots of feedback about the different types of gardens, and to the point earlier about the community garden being sometimes competitive and exclusive, ways that it can just be open and more available to the community. So a demonstration garden, the pollinator gardens, ways that classrooms or kids or community can use it. So I think that's something that has been repeatedly coming up in meetings and feedback. So definitely a priority.
Great, you're on it. The biggest concern far and wide seems to be the phasing and the funding, and particularly if the bond measures next year is only going to cover phase one, which seems like a possibility. It's how do we sell a partial plan to the community for a bond, and with phase two and three coming at a later date when that's not disclosed. That's something we've got to be really careful about, and I'm sure that I know the city council ad hocs working specifically on that. It's got to be a big concern. Does the city currently? There's no mention of city office space being used at Coverly, and I know there is some. Is that part of the school district or is that separate?
Yep, so in the new plans that will either be located in the new Recreation Wellness Center or the Community Flex Building, and potentially both. So right now, that's where we have it slotted. And I apologize for not calling that out when we went around and did the diagram.
Thank you. And the amount of space that would be anticipated for city staffing, and
I'm not sure if we've done the exact square footage. I think on one of the diagrams, we might have just denoted flex space and it would be a part of that. So I can get back to you with more specifics. I don't know if we've gotten that granular yet.
Sure. Just to comment on the high level diagrams we talked about neighboring things, it would have been helpful to label the Coverly playing fields and the Coverly Stadium, because a lot of people are looking for that. I guess the next step is to go to city council, and they're going to know where it is, but the documents will still be shared with the public.
Yep, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. As far as circulation, I kind of feel that it looks like a lot. I'm wondering if there's a way to reduce the paved area. On the promenade, do we really need pathways on both sides of the promenade? I think it would be important to consider what additional green space we could gain by reducing that. Bikes and pedestrians, they want to go the shortest distance to something. We have this meandering path through the middle of the lawn area. It's breaking. I can't really see the elevations if there's textured elevations and changes in there, what's inside of that. But it feels like we're breaking up some of these large areas. It's hard to get a feel for how big this is. But and related to that, the the meandering path that's right below the amphitheater. It seems like if you're doing outdoor concerts, that's seating area, and that's you might want to consider how to relocate that, or reduce the amount of pathway altogether. There, as far as the pathway, the bikeways on the sides of the roads, I'm wondering if we can look at having protected bikeways on one side of the road rather than bike lanes on either side of the road. And I think we're looking to increase protected bikeways within the community. I think this would be a great place to start. There aren't really any bike paths on the top part of the plan, by the tennis courts, by the playing fields. We're gonna have lots of kids riding their bikes. They want to get to the fields. I don't know how they get there. It seems like we need some sort of bike path on the top there going across. There's currently at Coverly, there's covered breezeways throughout the facility. There's a comment I made before. We're not replicating that, from what I'm seeing, but an opportunity for that is to have specific bike and pedestrian paths within the underground parking area. The people are going to be going through there anyway, but if it's raining, that'll be even more motivation to try and stay out of the rain. So we want to look to have a very specific bike and ped friendly designs in the covered parking area, in the covered parking areas. As far as the design and the layout of things, has noise and vibration been considered in terms of where different activities are located and the proximity of things? I mean, there's innumerable noisy activities at Coverly today, and maybe I'm just wondering, like the education area, if that's more noise separated from other things.
Yeah, I do think the adjacencies were examined as far as like the programming, and we were hoping to collect some of that in this past meeting, specifically when we started to put program names. And I know we've talked a lot about that as staff of like, oh, this might have a lot of, lovely and noisy children, making sounds here. And this might be where some camps are taking place, or these might be the performing arts that might just have instruments, right, that are going to have a lot of sound carrying. And so that was examined. The vibration part, we probably could examine a bit more, but we definitely looked at, adjacencies of programming and what made sense to group together. So yes, to an extent.
Yes. On the vibrations, you want to think about the multi-level studios, dance studios and things like that, and how noise.
Yeah, in that regard, yes, putting like items together as far as what might interact as far as like the sound. And we're also looking at what spaces could be shared with like activities that would be using the same type of flooring and spaces, and noise and consideration for music or impact, things like that.
Will elevators be included in any of the buildings?
Yes, we would plan to have universal design and accessible.
So all the multi-level buildings would include elevators?
Correct.
Yeah, great. Will the gyms include any kind of an open side design, sort of like in the meeting rooms at Mitchell Park Community Center, for example?
As far as like a wall that could retract to the outdoors, I think that's something we considered, and we have talked about it. So we don't have the building designs at this moment. That would be something the architect would draft. So I think it's a possibility for sure, especially if the gyms are up against an exterior wall. That's something that's pretty easy to do from an architectural standpoint if the gyms are again on that exterior wall, so it can open to, whether it's an event or can go indoor, outdoor as far as programming. So that's definitely something that we can consider. At this level, the plans aren't that detailed, but that would be something that we could do in the future.
Yep. I have with the parking below some of the areas, a lot of concerns about how trees will be planted in the areas, and at City Hall we've seen examples of where trees were planted, and there's over 80 trees that have been cut down from the mezzanine level at the plaza because it didn't work. And so if we're designing this in, are we going to be able to accommodate trees properly?
Yes, and actually that was something that I did some research on too, because I was curious to know how that works. So the short answer and best analogy is the above ground partial parking becomes essentially like a big planter box. So essentially it is created to house the root barriers. It has its own irrigation system and drainage that will be built in. So think of a planter box and then just make a really giant one that will be living above. And then the infrastructure of the parking garage will be built to hold the weight of the soil, the trees. And then of course it's the selection of the trees that are conducive to that environment. So it's just a really big planter box.
Okay.
I've experienced with that. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner Klaus.
So I have a lot of other comments, but this is about the trees on top of parking. I don't know if you know the Meta or Facebook building over on the way to Dumbarton. That's a building that's basically 1 story high, but there is a green roof on top with trees. They had to plan it for 5 stories. It's so heavy and they put engineering soil. It's extremely, extremely expensive. And I'm not saying that, that you can't do it, but I wouldn't think that you can put trees there. And maybe you can put some grasses. That's about like shrubby little things. It's not necessarily bad. And I can talk more about that roof. It's 9 acres of 1 building, 1 roof. And it's all native vegetation, and they have immense enjoyment because it attracts birds, it attracts butterflies, they have a lot of native plants. And they created an ecosystem on a roof of a building. And again, it's 9 acres large. It's pretty incredible. We used to be able to go there and bring birders every month, but after COVID, they closed it, and I can't take you to show you now, but we could do it in the past. Just know that even though it looks like, oh, we just have to plant it like a planter box, that is, you have to plan for a 5-story building. It's just probably not feasible.
Just 2 more comments. Heard feedback from a number of people trying to understand what the application process would be for shared flex space in the new Coverly, and these are people that aren't there now. So I think to the extent that we can develop that information and make it available to the public.
For like new tenants.
New tenants.
Yep. Yeah. So we are working on that now. Okay. And so as soon as we have more to share, we absolutely will.
Great. And last question is, do we have a rough timeline for how long it would take to complete phase 1 after funding is approved and authorized?
We are also working on that right now. Yeah. So as soon as we have that to share, we will let you know. So what we've been sharing with folks, especially if anyone's worried, we're like, this is going to be years from now. So say if the bond passes, then we have to go hire an architect who will develop plans, and then there's the permitting. And so it'll be years before a shovel even goes in the ground. So for folks that are worried about any displacement or anything like that, like there's still a lot of time to happen. And then for those who are excited, time's going to fly by, right? And so it'll be here before we know it. So it depends on how you want to look at it, but there's time. And then as far as when to start phase 1, we're mapping that out now because we're working on all those future projections. So we hopefully will have an update for you soon.
Yep. Just need to set expectations appropriately. But thank you for all of your effort and energy on this. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Klaus.
I have a few other, at first I just had a question, but I have a few other things. And I'll go with the native plant because I started already. I worked with Google very closely on their campus, with Facebook on that green roof, 9 acres, and several other companies that developed campuses in this area. They started thinking about the outsides of the buildings as an ecosystem right from the start. Not only, oh, here are the buildings, and then we'll figure out what to plant or put a butterfly garden. No, the entire campus is a butterfly garden, the entire campus. And you see it, if you go to the Google campus, which is open now, So I can't take you to the Facebook, but I can show you Google. There's butterflies everywhere, and children it's something that children don't see anymore. There's bird songs, there's monarch butterflies, which are endangered. They're flying all over the place. It's almost, and there's swallowtail butterflies. This can be done if it's planned for that, not if you plan, oh yeah, let's put the buildings first and then we'll put a community garden here and a butterfly garden there. No, you have to plan it holistically. There are several groups that provide that service. Some of them more expensive than others. Google provided in the North Bayshore Precise Plan, there's a list of plants you can choose from. If you use that, you get habitat. If you use whatever is available in the nursery tomorrow, you don't get habitat. And it has to be intentional or it just doesn't happen. You'll get, something that has a picture of a butterfly with a little sign and say, this plant attracts butterflies, but the butterflies will not come if it's not holistically designed. And so this is a big issue that is very close to my heart. I have a couple of volunteer pollinator garden. That's not how it works. It works by designing one big campus, which is all designed for the butterflies or the birds or both, and not for the rats, which is something I would say. I want to support Commissioner Greenfield's comments about the bikeway and pathways. It's a little cluttered. And when people want to experience their environment, they want to see the art. If you had a mural there, they want to see the mural. If the whole walk around that middle takes 3 minutes, which is what I estimate that little loop would take, then you don't need it. And if you have a bike path on top of that takes 1 minute, you also don't need it. So think about how much time do people spend moving, because some places it may be good, but it's not something, but I would generally support having people travel along the roadways rather than create overburden of pathways and bikeways and things that are not natural to people. Some of those directions are they're not friendly to, and people, we talk about social trails a lot because people, you have the trail here, but you do shortcuts. Think about the shortcuts because that's where the people will go. So start thinking about them now before you design something that people will later do shortcuts. I'm very happy you're talking to the Piazza Charleston Center. That's a different comment because I think, supporting each other rather than competing is important. But I don't know if you looked at some of the other potential competition issues for facilities and the cost of use. For example, the pool, I'd love to have a pool there, but there is a pool at the Elks, and there's a pool at the Y, and there's a pool at the Jewish Center. So there's 3 pretty close, and then the school. So I think to some extent, we want to know if this is something that is really needed and whether it creates competition for businesses that really, if they didn't have the pool, might not exist. And some of the, if I remember correctly, at first people wanted to have a pool for people with disabilities or something like that, but now it's a big pool. And that's a different thing. And that could potentially create competition for some of the local entities that we kind of want to keep in the community. So might reach out to them and see like whether that's a conflict there. And also like how much it's going to cost because, the gym, the pool, these things are not going to be free. So how does what is the expectation of how that would be similar or not similar to what the Y or the Jewish Center or the Elks charge for their facilities? So that's something I think we need to think about a little bit. And this is not a comment, it's kind of a question, the gym comes first and then there's different, and I'm really glad that there's plan to keep the existing tenants and provide for more. I guess the question is, did most of the people support that plan for phasing in the meetings? Or did people say, no, I really want this one first and not that one first? I don't know. the answer you probably do.
Yeah, so we are still waiting on the full results. So one of the questions, Concordia has all of that data. They analyze it and they'll give us a full summary report. So we got a brief report and then we were at the meeting and from what we heard. So we didn't hear a lot of negative feedback about the phasing and what went where. So that was good, but we'll have the full report soon. And so if that is contradictory, we'll find out. But at least from walking around, chatting with people at the tables and from what we heard and observed, folks were generally on board with it. And the questions were more so about where will people go during the phasing, less so about the order of the phasing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick thought, just echoing both Greenfield and Crown House. Sorry. Just quick thought, because all the concern, I all agree in terms of soundproof and especially plants. There's a lot of new design of wall plants as well. I wonder if that's helpful to run through the architectural board we have to seek their input, because the holistic new design architecture, they look into campus as a whole, from green space to walkable and to the whole, energy conservation. Maybe that's somebody you can seek some thoughts on that. Just a quick thought on that.
So we have met with the ARB and we will meet with them again. So we are engaging them in this process as well.
Fantastic. Thanks.
All right.
And I'll add one more thing there. Okay. The ARB would say if you use glass, then you should do bird safe glass. I would say minimize glass. Glass is not efficient, even the best of glass, like 2 panels and that's not efficient. In terms of energy use, it will cost us more. And also it kills birds, even if you put those, markers, it kills less, but still a problem. And pay attention to lighting as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you again, Amanda, for hanging in there with us. Very good report. And hopefully you got some pretty useful information from the commission. And we look forward to your coming back. Kristen? Yeah. Oh, you had a question? Sure, go ahead. All right. All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is Commissioner question, comments, and announcements of future meetings. Sir?
So item number 6 on the agenda is ad hoc committee and liaison updates.
Oh, okay. We'll pass on. We'll come back to that.
Okay. Yep. Understood. So agenda previews for October, and taking into consideration how long this evening took. We have the turf study for coming back for an action. We also have nature preserve access policy calendared for an action. We also have Foothills Nature Improvement Project, which was the city council directed to come for an update and solicit feedback for scope reduction, and which now sounds not feasible, but also ad hoc with the BCCP update. So I think our lesson learned here is 3 is definitely stretching it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
With that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. And thank you guys. Thanks for hanging in.